your children will have a much better life. Your children will be the head from the beginning. They are trained to be the head from the beginning. Because 99% of the people in the world today are not being trained this way. Most people are going to school. And when they go to school, they will be nothing but slaves. They will graduate from school and look for a job. They will be an employee. Those who go to school, most people that go to school are nothing but employees. When they finish from school, they become an employee. And oftentimes, they work for those who did not go to school. That's a fact. Today, that's a fact. It's often those who are educated are the ones working for those who are not educated in the worldly system. So when you raise a child the Hebrew way, as you can see, we're still right here on this law. We are still on the law. We are still on this law about servant. So don't you ever dare to think that if a man buys a Hebrew servant, that this boy is going to become poor. No. Jacob was poor before he did this. Genesis 28 and 29. This is exactly what Jacob became a servant. Jacob came into the house of this man with nothing. Jacob came in with nothing. And Jacob left with wives, 4 wives, and wealth, servants. That's a fact. Genesis chapter 28 and also Genesis chapter 29. Jacob came in with nothing. This is following the law, following this right here. Following this system that the Most High put in place. Now, these are the judgment which ye shall set before them. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he shall serve 6 years, and in the 7th year, and in the 7th, he shall go out free and paying nothing. She's living with a bunch of stuff. You have to settle this person before they to go. They are serving you, but they're not serving you for nothing. Jacob served this man for 14 years. Look how much wealth he left with. But he did not come with anything. Jacob came with nothing. He was broke. The Most High God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. You put a child through this system we're reading here, that child will live with a bunch of wealth. I'm telling you. That child will be living with his own wealth, wife, children. By the time he's turned 18, 19 years old, he's already well established. So you might be looking at this law and you're thinking to yourself, I know that the Most High said this, but there's no way we can buy a slave today. There's no way we can do this. Yeah, because you don't understand what this law is saying. If you understand what this law is saying, you yourself were pushing your son to go and do this. All right, so we are going to start with Exodus 21. As you can see, it says law, the law concerning servants. The law concerning servants.
Chapter 21. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl. and he shall serve him forever.
If you buy a Hebrew servant, he shall serve 6 years, and in the 7th he shall go out free and pay nothing. So Jacob served. Okay, so that's the law. Now let's continue from this chapter. It's the law that regulates buying or having people serve you. In Africa right now, I have people that offer me their children. People have offered me their children. Brother, please, can you take my son? Like as I told you, in one day, I got 2 different people that offered me their sons because they felt or they feel like their son will become a better person if I raise their son. That's why they're doing it. They don't think that they are in a position. One of them, the son has a father and a mother. The son has a father and a mother, and they are related to me. The other one is a single mother. So they felt like I will be able to raise their son much better than they could. So if I take on, let me go back to that law. Right here, we're already here. If I take on that law, if I take on those people who are asking me to take their son, then they will have to serve me for 7 years. Within that process, I'm supposed to get them a wife, because I cannot have a bunch of young men who are serving me and I just have them be around. No, I have to find them a wife. I have to give them wives. I have to find young women and give to them as wives. Because you can't have a bunch of young men around and they don't have wives. They have to have wives. See, we don't think the way that people think today. You might be thinking right now, wait a minute, brother. Where are they going to stay? Where are they going to stay? If you have these young men who are serving you, where will they stay? Are you getting them a wife? How will they feed their wives? How will they feed these children when they have kids? Simple. Very simple. We are Hebrews and we do things Yah's way, God's way. When we think like Hebrews, we also act differently. We act like Hebrews. We are not materialistic people. We're not too materialistic. We are not a materialistic people. Isaac was 40 years old and still lived in his father's house or his mother's house, as you see in Genesis 24. Genesis 25 tells us Isaac's age. Even when it comes to getting a wife, it wasn't him that got married. It was his father that found him a wife. And he took that young girl to his mother's tent. He took that young girl to his mother's tent. Genesis 24. So we thought differently. And life was life was a lot much easy for us. Life was much easy. We lived a very simple life, and we really enjoyed life. We enjoyed life. Our ancestors enjoyed life. We didn't have to stress ourselves. The Most High have already given us everything. Gave us free water. We just have to dig a well and we get water. We just have to grow food and we get food. He gave us everything we need. Just have to do a little bit of work, just a little bit of fun work. A little bit of fun work. That's all. So things was much easier for us. So I am not about to take on young men and allow these young men to be walking around with no wives. No, you're going to create a disaster. You are going to create a disaster. You're going to be breeding homosexuals. So what do? You get them wives because they are going to have sexual needs. When they want to have sex, they have sex with their own wives. That's what you do. When they want to have sex, they can go to their wives. You get some woods and build tiny houses. Everyone will come together, bind together to build their house. After it's done, one person will take it, then we'll move on to the next project until everybody gets to have their own house. A small, tiny house, small bedroom, small living room, kitchen and toilet. That's all you need. That is all they need. They don't have to worry about paying bills. If you want to have a phone, you get a prepaid phone. If you want to, whatever you want to have, you save up money and you have it. And saving up money, we're going to be doing farm work. We're going to be raising animals. We're going to be growing food. We're going to have a way of income. We're going to be doing all kinds of things. This thing can still be done today in this so-called modern times we're living in. It can still be done. And actually today, there's a lot more opportunity today. There's a lot more opportunity today. Because back then it's only farming. Now you have technology. There are all kinds of things that they can do and still make money online. They can go into graphic designing. They can go into all kinds of things. That is if they are taught. If they are taught properly. Because they can't teach themselves. They have to be taught. If they are taught properly, then they can do these things. They are waiting to be educated. They cannot educate themselves. So, what you see in Exodus chapter 21 is still possible, even in the times we're living in right now. The devil wants you to believe that we can't do these things. We cannot do these things because, oh, this is like a modern time. You can't do that. We can't really do it. This is a compound with small, tiny homes. Everybody can have their house. When Isaiah comes, the other young men will help Isaiah to build his own house. Just have to buy, cut down trees, buy woods, and build a small house. And Isaiah gets to have his space. And Isaiah gets to have his own wife. It doesn't matter if Isaiah is 12 years old, 13 years old. I don't care. Because Isaiah has a penis. And Isaiah is desiring sex. So we're going to give him a wife. We're not going to wait for him to turn 18. We're not Europeans. We're not going to ignore the fact that Isaiah wants to have sex and we have to wait for him to turn 18 because the Europeans said so. No, we're not doing that. We're going to get Isaiah a wife so that Isaiah doesn't become a homosexual. So as Isaiah doesn't start looking at other young men, we'll give him a wife. So Isaiah don't have to be masturbating all the time and watching pornography. We'll give him a wife. So Isaiah don't have to start eyeing somebody's wife or some other girl in the neighborhood. We'll give Isaiah a wife. We don't care if he's 12, 13 years old. We don't care. Isaiah is a man. And we all help Isaiah to stand on his feet. That is why Isaac was 40 years old. Isaac still lived at home and took Rebekah into his mother's tent. Genesis 24 and 25. What other option do we have? What other option do we have? We sent Isaiah to school. Send him to school. He goes to school. He graduates from school. He cannot be able to keep the commandment. Like the sister was asking me, what about the children? What if they put their exam on a Sabbath day? What if they put the exam on a Sabbath day? Yeah, they do put the exam on a Sabbath day. That is why I tell you, stop sending these children to school. Because when they're going to school, they are being distracted. And I'm just being mild. I'm just being kind, the way I'm describing this right now. When I say that they're being distracted, that is an understatement. All kinds of abomination is going on when they go to school. They cannot think about the Most High. They're thinking about absolute nonsense because they're not being educated the way they're supposed to be educated. So they spend all this time, 18, 19, 20 years of their life going to school. Then they graduate, they get a job. They cannot focus. They cannot keep the law. At the age of 20, 21, they still don't have a wife. They're still trying to find a job. Then they finally get that job. They're working Monday through Friday. How can they keep the Sabbath? Their mind is away. You've sold them out. You sold your children out. You sold them to Satan. You literally sold them to Satan. You sacrificed them to Satan because they promised you that they will have better life if they go to school. That's not true. Do you know that there's a study that was done that doctors are very miserable. Most doctors hate their job. Most doctors, according to the Europeans, they are miserable. Because all those lies that they sold you when they were telling you to, oh, they let them go to school, become a doctor, become a lawyer. No, they are miserable. What they are experiencing as they work as doctors is not what they expected before they go in. I'm telling you, your children will have a better life if they don't go to school. I'm guaranteeing you that. I'm guaranteeing you that your children will have a better life if they don't go to school. By the time they turn 15, 16, they already have their house of their own. They already have their own house. They already have their own house if they are raised properly. By the time they turn 18, they have their own house already. Already. Small, tiny house with a bedroom, with him and his wife, and a living room, a space. Your children will have a much, much better life. Your children will be the head from the beginning. They are trained to be the head from the beginning. Because 99% of the people in the world today are not being trained this way. Most people are going to school, and when they go to school, they will be nothing but slaves. They will graduate from school and look for a job. They will be an employee. Those who go to school, most people that go to school are nothing but employees. When they finish from school, they become an employee. And oftentimes, they work for those who did not go to school. That's a fact. Today, that's a fact. It's often those who are educated are the ones working for those who are not educated in the worldly system. So when you raise a child the Hebrew way, as you can see, we're still right here on this law. We are still on the law. We are still on this law about servant. So don't you ever dare to think that if a man buys a Hebrew servant, that this boy is going to become poor. No. Jacob was poor before he did this. Genesis 28 and 29. This is exactly what Jacob became a servant. Jacob came into the house of this man with nothing. Jacob came in with nothing, and Jacob left with wives, 4 wives, and wealth, servants. That's a fact. Genesis chapter 28 and also Genesis chapter 29. Jacob came in with nothing. This is following the law, following this right here, following this system that the Most High put in place. Now, these are the judgment which ye shall set before them. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he shall serve 6 years, and in the 7th year, and in the 7th, he shall go out free and paying nothing. She's living with bunch of stuff. You have to settle this person before they to go. They are serving you, but they're not serving you for nothing. Jacob served this man for 14 years. Look how much wealth he left with. But he did not come with anything. Jacob came with nothing. He was broke. The Most High God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. You put a child through this system we're reading here, that child will live with a bunch of wealth. I'm telling you. That child will be living with his own wealth, wife, children. By the time he's turned 18, 19 years old, he's already well established. He already has an income. If you understand the system that the Most High put in place for us, you will be cussing out the heathen every day for deceiving us. And you will be angry at us for following the heathen, because their system is presented to you to be better than the system of the Most High. But it's all lies. It's presented to you that you do this and get education and do this and you have a good life. It's all lies. It's all lies. Your so-called American dream. Like George Carlin, the Gentile, said, you have to be asleep to experience the American dream. Because it's all fake. It's all fake. So you might be looking at this law and you're thinking to yourself, I know that the Most High said this, but there's no way we can buy a slave today. There's no way we can do this. Yeah, because you don't understand what this law is saying. If you understand what this law is saying, you yourself were pushing your son to go and do this. Why do you think those people are offering me their sons? Because their sons they know they cannot raise their son as a Hebrew. They know that if I raise their son is coming out with a wife, children, properties, whatever. Their son will not be hooligan. Their son will know the Most High. Those who are foolish will look at this law and say, oh, we are in captivity. We live in a modern day. Jesus died on the cross. We're no longer under the law. We're in captivity. No, we can't do this today. Those who are wise are secretly in behind the scene doing it and getting successful. The fools are outside. The foolish people are outside making excuses. Oh, Jesus died on the cross. We're under grace. We cannot do this. We're in captivity. We're in the land of our enemy. Blah, 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 blah. Always making excuse. Those who are wise are behind the scene, practicing it and enjoying themselves, becoming successful. It's a system that the Most High put in place for every Hebrew to get a chance and move on and be their own boss. You humble yourself, you serve somebody for 7 years, and you're good. You're good to go. Let's actually go to Genesis, because I don't even, the more we go through this, the more I understand why we came to do this today. I didn't plan to do this. I don't plan to do stuff like this. Like, I don't plan to preach. I just come and open the Bible, and we came to Exodus 21, and we started reading. That's why we're here right now. Let's go to Genesis chapter 28. I want to show you something. Genesis 28. Okay, so Jacob sent to his uncle Laban. Genesis 28. Then Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said to him, you shall not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan. The same thing that Isaac said to his servant. The same thing that Isaac told his servant. Do not let my son Isaac take a wife of the Canaanite. You do realize that today, in 2021, according to the Europeans, that Isaac will be a racist. Abraham will be a racist. You do realize that, right? According to the system we're following today, by Isaac saying this is racist right here. This is discrimination against the Canaanite. People will say, no, you cannot say that. You should allow your son to marry from wherever they want to marry from. And those of you that have allowed your son to marry whoever they want to marry and wherever how is that working out for you and your son and your daughter-in-law? How is it working out? Bunch of fools. Then Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said to him, you shall not take a wife from the daughters of the Canaan. Like as I tell you, don't marry Europeans, don't marry Asians, marry your own kind. Marry those that look like you. It's all about skin color. It's all about skin color. Marry those that look like you. Verse 2. Arise and go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take yourself a wife from there of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. May Elohim bless you, and may you and make you fruitful and multiply you, that you may be an assembly of peoples, and give you the blessing of Abraham to you and to your descendants with you, that you may inherit the land in which you are a stranger, which Elohim gave to Abraham. So Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Padan Aram, to Laban, to the son of Bethuel the Syrian. the brother of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau. So we're going to go and skip the part that talk about Esau, because we're reading about Jacob right now. But okay, maybe I'll just read it. Verse 6. Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Padan Aram to take himself a wife from there, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying, "You shall not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan." Verse 7. And that Jacob had obeyed his father and his mother and had gone to Padan Aram. Today, would Jacob obey his father and his mother? No. No. If you tell your son today not to marry the person that he wants to marry, he's not going to obey you. And the last time somebody did that, Samson, Judges chapter 14. Judges 14. How did that work out? How did it work out for Samson, who did not obey his father and his mother? He wanted to marry somebody. He went to his father and his mother. He told them to go get the wife for him. They said, no, don't marry uncircumcised Philistines. He refused. How did it work out for Samson? What killed Samson? I wonder. If a boy is less likely to obey the parents today when it comes to who to marry. And Jacob had obeyed his father and his mother and had gone to Padan Aram. Verse 8. Also, Esau saw that the daughters of Canaan did not please his father Isaac. So Esau went to Ishmael and took Mahalat, the daughter of Ishmael and Abraham's son, the sister of Nebuchadnezzar, to be his wife in addition to the wives he had. Okay, he already married two Canaanites already. He already married like two wives already before that, before he now married an Ishmaelite. And for those who tell you those who are telling you that that the white man is Esau, they are ignorant, they are foolish. Anybody who tells you that the white man is Esau is ignorant and foolish. A brown-skinned man that married a Canaanite, brown-skinned people, and they married Ishmaelite, brown-skinned people. How do you end up with a white? Because I mean, Esau, according to these foolish people, these Hebrew Israelites, according to them, Esau's supposed to be white, right? Esau's supposed to be a white man, so he already looks like a white man, right? Because he was already born. So how can Esau, who is the white man, marry a brown-skinned women, the Canaanites, who are brown-skinned people? And they marry Ishmaelite, who are brown-skinned people. All these wives that he married, how do they end up producing a child that still looks white? If a so-called white man and a so-called black woman have sex and they had a child, that child is not going to look like a white man. That child will look biracial. Continuing from verse 10. Now Jacob went out from Beersheba and went towards Haram. So he came to a certain place and stayed there all night because the sun had set. And he took one of the stones of that place and put it in his head, and he laid down in that place to sleep. Then he dreamed. So I'm trying to get to when he finally got to his father-in-law. Now you can read this chapter when you know we can finish up the chapter when you get some time, okay? Because we have other things we have to cover. That's why I'm not going to read the whole chapter right now. So you can read about the dream that he had. Okay, let's continue. So I'm trying to show you the how the agreement between Jacob and his father-in-law. Then Laban said, this is Genesis 29:15. Genesis 29:15. Then Laban said to Jacob, because you are my relative, you should therefore serve me. Should you therefore serve me for nothing? Because you're my relative, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Are you going to serve me for nothing? Tell me, what should your wages be? Tell me what your wages should be. Remember that he is serving this man, Laban. He's serving the man. The man is saying, tell me what your wages should be. Now, Laban had two daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah's eyes were delicate, but Rachel's was beautiful of form. Rachel was beautiful of form and appearance. So they had this deal that he's going to serve for 7 years in order to pay the bride price, because he doesn't have the money to pay the bride price. He served this man, as we can see from verse 21. And Jacob said to Laban, give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. And Laban gathered together all the men of that place and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah, his daughter, and brought her to Jacob, and he went in unto her. So went in unto her, meaning he had sex with her. Okay, so that's what happens in the evening. That's when he gets to have sex with her for the first time. After you pay the bride price, then you can have sex with her. Then you can lay with her after you pay the bride price, not before you pay the bride price. Not boyfriend, no guy friend, none of that nonsense, no dating. You pay the bride price first, then you can take her virginity. So that's basically, as you read Genesis chapter 2, chapter 28 and 29, you see the agreement that they had, how they worked together, how they did business together, and how the whole thing happened, and how Jacob left. It's a very interesting story. How Jacob left Laban's house with much wealth. I encourage you to read it from the book of Jubilees. It's better to read it from the book of Jubilees than to read it from Genesis. But you can still read it from Genesis. It's pretty much almost the same thing. So by the time he left, he left this man's house. He left with so much wealth. He left with his children, and he left with much. Genesis chapter 31. Jacob flees from Laban. Jacob flees from Laban. Now Jacob had the words of Laban's son, saying, Jacob had taken away all that was our father's, and from what was our father's, he had acquired all his wealth. Did you see that? He came in with nothing, nothing. He came in broke, but now he's wealthy. And Jacob saw the countenance of Laban, and indeed it was not favorable towards him as before. Then Yahweh said to Jacob, return to the land of your fathers and to your family. I will be with you. So Jacob now gathered his family, all his stuff. He gathers all his stuff and got ready, and he left. He left. You can read chapter 30 and see more how they did business together. He served Laban, and Laban, Jacob left with much wealth. That's my point I'm trying to make to you here. So verse 20, this is 31, Genesis 31:22. Genesis, I'm just trying to go over these chapters, okay, without reading them. You can read them at your own time. Start from chapter 28 all the way to chapter 31. Genesis 28 to 31. So verse 22, and Laban was told on the third day that Jacob had fled, Then he took his brethren with him and pursued him for 7 days, for 7 days journey. So Jacob left with a lot of things that belongs to him, his wives, his animals, and he left with a lot of things, you know. So so let's go back to this law here. This law is still practicable. Those who are wise will practice it. Those who are foolish will condemn it and say that we're living in a modern day. We're in captivity. Jesus died on the cross. We are under grace. We can't keep that law right now. And what option do you have? You either follow this or you do what? You follow the European system and keep on following the European system with all the disadvantages that happens. Where should I even start with telling you all the negative things that happen when you follow the European system? Samuel, First Samuel. What happened to Samuel? After Samuel was born, his mother gave him, and he was under Eli. He was serving Eli, and Samuel grew up to become a great prophet. What happened to David? What happened to David? It's the same way they brought David to Saul's house. You see David being taken from his father, from his family, and going to live in Saul's house. Saul was another man. Another man. David went and stayed over there to be under Saul. David was serving Saul. David, if you anybody who knows their Bible, David was serving Saul, and Saul took his daughter and gave to David, Micaiah. Saul gave his daughter to David, Micaiah. So I've given you David, given you Saul. I also showed you First Kings chapter 1 from verse 1, how they brought a girl and brought to David's house. So this happens with boys and girls. Mary was given to Joseph. She lived with Joseph about 2 years before she became pregnant by the Most High. This happens with boys and girls. You see Naomi trying to give Ruth to Boaz. In the book of Ruth, see the way Naomi was trying to give Ruth to Boaz. So you see throughout the scripture, people trying to give a child or give a boy or girl to somebody else. That's our culture. That's biblical. As you can see here, the Messiah gave us the part of the law that regulates when you're dealing with a boy, the one that regulates to men, that regulates when you have a Hebrew servant. And then we read from verse 7, the one that regulates when you have a female servant for the girls. This is still practicable till today. So in a situation like this, like as I was showing you earlier, in a situation like this, what happened? Okay. So take for example, let me give you an example. Let's say that this is Laban's house. This can be his house. Let's assume that this is Laban's house right here, right here. When Jacob came, okay, this is Laban's house. This is his wife's house right here. Okay. When Jacob came, they will now help Jacob to build a house. So when he married Laban's daughter, he will stay in his own house. If Laban's son grows up they will build him his own house. If Laban has other servants, they themselves will get their own houses all around. Everybody have their own house. Our ancestors was truly wealthy. They lived a life that you cannot even imagine. The most educated Israelites in America today cannot even come close. Can you be in a position where you have your own compound and have different houses? I am not educated the way people get educated in the Western system. I'm not rich in the Western system, but I have my own compound. I have my own house. If I was raised the Western way and I came up like everyone else, I grew up like everyone else and everything, I wouldn't have those things. I will be paying rent. I'll be paying rent, I'm paying car note, I'm paying all these things that I pay every month. But the day I lose my job, I will lose all these things. And because I'm scared, I don't want to lose my job, I'll be obedient to my boss. I'll be obedient to them. So when you tell me about keeping the Sabbath, I'll pretend as if I don't know what you're talking about. I will tell you that Jesus died on the cross. We are under grace. And Saturday is the Sabbath. Because I don't want to lose my job, because I have to pay for my car, I have to pay my rent, I have to pay all this stuff I have to pay every month. So I will not keep the Sabbath, because if I keep the Sabbath, I will lose my job. I've been telling you, when you follow the European system, it makes you poor. Your system can still make you wealthy. It depends on where you are. You're not going to go live in a big city and expect for that to happen. You need to get away from the big city so you can be able to be in an environment where you'll be able to have enough land. Be in an environment where you can have enough land to be able to live like this. You can live like this. You can grow your own food. You can go out to the city and buy few animals, bring them back and raise them in this place. They will multiply. Then you go back to the city and sell them and come back with your money and buy the things that you need. You can dig a hole on the ground and get your drinking water. So this is kind of like how our ancestors used to live. This is the reason why that in the book of Jubilees chapter 33, Jubilees 33, Laban, I'm sorry, Reuben saw his father's wife taking shower. Belial was taking shower, taking a bath. And Reuben, I don't know if he was on a tree, I don't know where he was, but he was able to manage to see her taking bath. He saw her breast, he saw her ass, he saw her nakedness, and he lusted after her. And he waited. That evening, when she went to her house and went to bed, he sneaked into her house because she had her own house. People are talking about polygamy, 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 polygamy. People don't even understand polygamy. As you can see in Jubilees 33, she had her own house. Who built the house for her? Her husband. She has her own little tiny house, her own quarters. That's where Reuben had gone in to rape her, in her own bed, in her own space. You live in a 2-bedroom apartment and you're talking about polygamy. You have to live in an environment like this. You have to be able to have a space. It doesn't have to be as big as this. It could be a very small compound, but make sure that you put everybody get their own house, have their own space for the sake of peace. People need their space anyway. I don't like to be around people all the time. I want to have my own space. I want to have my own space. I want to have my own. It doesn't matter if it's a closet, a wardrobe. Let it be. At least it's my own space where I don't have to share with anybody. I can go in there and close the door and be by myself. If I want to stay away from people. People need their own space. Do you think it's impossible for a young man to have this? It's impossible if you think it's impossible. Or they can start saving their money to buy the woods that are needed, to buy the windows. Or the windows, that is if you want a modern window. You can make all this stuff. All this stuff can be made with woods that the Most High gave us already. The Most High have given us the woods. The European system keeps us down mentally. It makes us think that we cannot do this. We cannot do this. We cannot do that. We cannot do these things until we follow their system. We cannot be successful until we go through their system. So if we don't go through their system, they scare you. They put fear in you. Oh, your children are not going to school. What? You're doing homeschool? What? Homeschool? And we're ashamed to say that we're raising our children ourselves. We're ashamed because we want to be like everybody else. We want to send the children to school like everybody else. Look at everybody else. Look at them. Look at everybody else and see how it's working out. Why would you want to be like everybody else? Everybody else is a disaster. That's just the truth. The Most High's way is the best way. It can be practiced today. It can be practiced tomorrow. It can be practiced in 100 years from now. It's just a matter of, do you want to do it? That's why the Most High was telling us in Jeremiah chapter 16 from verse 6, Jeremiah chapter 6, 16 to 22. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 16 to 22. He says to go back to the old ways. Go back to that ancient way where you will find rest for your soul. You find rest for your soul. How can you not find rest for your soul when you own your own house and live in your own space, and you don't have to worry about drinking water because you have a well. You don't have to worry about food because you already have a system. You just have to find a way to. There are things you can do to be able to make your own money. You can go into farming, you can raise animals. You just have to take care of them and they will grow by themselves. They will just grow and keep growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. When the time comes, you sell them. Use the money to buy up on the things that you need and buy more animals and just keep going. And especially for those who submit themselves to the Most High will bless you. For those that submit themselves to the Most High will bless them. That's what He does. If you truly sell yourself to the Most High, if you sell yourself, to the Most High will bless you. So again, you can read the book of Genesis, and you see how the Most High was blessing Jacob through the animal that they were raising. They were raising the animal, and they had an agreement. They had an agreement, and you see how the Most High was blessing Jacob, and Laban did not really like that. He did not really like it. How the Most High was blessing Jacob or Jacob. So this law is still practicable today if we want to practice it. Don't look at it like an archaic law. You see, like as I told you, if I take on young people, like the Most High said here, I cannot just use them as a bunch of slaves like that, especially if they are Israelite. These people are going to be creating wealth for me. They'll be creating wealth for me. If I take them on, it's up to me to utilize these children, utilize them. So while I'm teaching them, I can either start a doing some carpentry work, or doing some welding work, or go into farming or raising animals. I can buy a bunch of animals and then have these young men be responsible with feeding the animals. When that is going on, when that is happening, they're creating wealth for me. So after 7 years, even before that 7 years, I am supposed to get him a wife. Before that 7 years is over, as soon as I take them on, I'm supposed to be helping them to build their own house because I'm using them. Do you understand? I'm using all these young men to create wealth. So while I'm using them, I'm supposed to be helping them also. They don't know anything. They don't have anything. Can I just use them to create wealth, and at the end of the day toss them out with nothing? So that's why as soon as I take them on, I'm getting them a wife. I'm helping them to, give them a place to stay, but helping them to build their own house, using my other servant, using the other boys to help this one to build his own house. Get him a wife. When I get a new younger man, a new servant that comes in, he that was helped will also help the ones who came in new. You see how we build each other up. They're helping me being their master. I am their master. They are helping me to increase my wealth, while at the same time I'm helping them, because that young kid that came in they don't know anything. I think one of them is like 12 years old. The other one is like 14. The other one is like maybe 16, either 14 and 16. So they don't know anything. They don't own anything. They don't know anything. So as they come into my house, I am using them, and that's fine. I'm using them to create wealth for myself, but at the same time, creating their own wealth, getting them a wife, building a house, helping them to, using my other servant to help them to build their own house. And then when the time comes, I have to give him, I can't just let him go empty-handed. I have to give him something to live with. So he can decide, like we saw in the law. The Most High said in this law, Verse 5. But if the servant plainly says, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free. Then his master shall bring him to the judges, and he shall also bring him to the door, or to the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. Because if I have 10 young men, at least there will be one or two that will refuse to go. There will be one or two of them that will refuse to leave after 7 years. They will like to stay with me, like you see with Abraham. We saw in Genesis 24 with Abraham. Genesis 24. Genesis 24. Now Abraham was old, well advanced in age, and Yah had blessed Abraham in all his doings. So Abraham said to the oldest servant of his house, who ruled over all that he had, please put your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by Yahweh, the Elohim of heaven and the Elohim of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell, but you shall go to my country and to my family and take a wife for my son. So Abraham, if I have servant, maybe there's 12, 13, or 14 young men that passed through me, that I raised. I am their master. All of them will not choose to stay with me forever. Most of them will not choose. Most of them will leave to go live in different places. Maybe they want to go back to their country, like the Most High told Jacob to leave Laban and go back to his country. You're going to have instances like that. But if any of these young men decide that they don't want to go, they want to stay with me, they can stay. They can stay. If I happen to be very old, the ones that stay, who is the head of all my servants, they will now be in charge of my household. And as I'm getting old, as I'm going down, about to join my ancestors, they will now, be in charge. They will help to raise my children. They will help to direct my children, because they came into my life, they came into my family when they were young. So they know a lot about me now that I'm old. They've been with me. I raised them. I trained them. So they know much about me. My children will become like his children. So I can tell him, I don't want my son to marry the Gentiles. Make sure that my son marries from my own people. And my children, as my children are growing up, they are seeing this man who lives with me. They're seeing that this man lives with me. They're seeing the relationship that we had. They see that this man is like my young brother, my little brother. So my children will also look up to him when I'm no longer around. And he will now guide my children. And as my children is growing up, my servant, is also getting older. And he has his own children and his own wife. And later on, his children and his wife, or his children will then at some point go under my son also. You see how we deal with each other. We rely on each other. We lift each other up. We were never alone. Western system makes you to be alone. Western system pushes individualism on you. That's why people are so miserable. Western system separates family. It separates you. It's all about you. Money, 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 and you. But our culture is the opposite. The Hebrew culture is different. Our Hebrew culture, we stay together and we lift each other together. Leave one person alone, they cannot do it by themselves. They will not be able to do it. That is what we have today. It's a failed system. It's a disgusting system that we're following today. One person cannot do it alone. They are lying to you. They have lied to you. They told you you can do it. How are you doing it? That house that they promised you bought, is that really your house? It's not your house. The bank owns it. Who is the bank? Some robot. No, it's not robots. They are human beings that you owe that money for that house. You will not be able to do life by yourself. You need help. You cannot do this life by yourself. You need help. Why do you think the Most High abandoned us? It's an insult to the. Did you hear what I said? Yes, the Most High has abandoned us. He has abandoned us till today. We are an abandoned people. Now you can deceive yourself and say that, oh, I am not abandoned. Oh, God forbid. Back to sender. I am not abandoned. I have my God. God is with me. God is talking to me. Yeah, keep fooling yourself. The reason why the Most High abandoned us is because he gave us all these beautiful laws. These laws that were supposed to make us great, we abandoned it and we replaced it with man-made law. We replace it with man-made system. There's nobody who can stand that. Nobody will give you the kind of law that the Most High gave us, a law that's supposed to lift us up, a law that he did not give to other nations, secret that he gave only to us, secret to life. One person cannot make it on their own. You do exactly what they ask you to do. I'm telling you, when you get to the end, you are nothing but a slave. You do exactly what they ask you to do. You put your child and make your child do exactly what they want you to do. At the end of the day, you're nothing but a slave. Send your children to school, they go to school, they get a degree, they get a job and everything. At the end of the day, they don't have their own house, they're paying rent, they are struggling. They are struggling. But the system that the Most High put in place, which is this law that you're seeing here, the system that the Most High put in place makes it possible for other people to come and carry your son and lift up your son and put him in a place that he's supposed to be. He cannot be able to get up there by himself. People have to come together. That's why you have this system where you give your son away and other people will help to raise him and lift him up. Let me read that law again. Look at verse 4. If his master has given him a wife, I pointed this out earlier, his master gave him a wife. So he doesn't have to worry about looking for a wife. His master gave him a wife. Because of all these things that his master have done for him, that is why the Most High said here in verse 5, but if the servant plainly says, I love my master. So the law we are reading here is not something about oppression. I told you earlier, we don't have a market in our culture, in the Hebrew. We don't have a market where people take their children or their people to the market and line them up like dogs and they're selling them. No. Sometimes people will refuse to leave their master because they love their master, because of the way their master treated them. A man that gave you everything, you had nothing. All you had was the clothes on your back and few clothes that you came with. and you start staying with him. He starts feeding you. He gives you a wife. He helps you to build a house. He helps you to do all these things. Wouldn't you love that man? He helps you to know the Most High. He helps you to walk with the Most High. He turns you into a Hebrew man. He turns you from being a Hebrew boy to a Hebrew man. He turns you into a father. Most people will hate will love their master. This is not about oppression. The heathen will like you to think that, oh, this law is, oh no, we can't buy a servant. We don't do that anymore. We can't buy people or sell people. Why did the Most High say what he said in verse 5? But if the servant plainly says, I love my master, my wife, my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him, and he shall serve his master forever. This is not about oppression. Everybody involved in this is something that, the servant can decide that he doesn't want to serve anymore. Just like he, as you see in verse 5, can say that he would like to stay with the master. And it's not by force. The master can say, no, I don't want you to stay. Or the master can say, okay, no problem, you can stay with me forever. They don't live in the same house. They don't live under the same roof. They're not sharing the same roof. The servant has his own house and his own wife and his own children. Let me read that again. If his master has given him a wife and she born him sons and daughters, the wife and the children shall be her masters. The wife and her children shall be her masters, and he shall go out by himself. So remember that this man came in with nothing. He came in with nothing. Like Jacob came to Laban with nothing. Like Samuel was given to was given to Eli. Samuel was a little boy. He had nothing. David given to Saul. He had nothing. Do you understand all these examples I'm giving you? I am not making this up. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm giving you multiple examples. David went through this system with Saul. Samuel went through this system. Jacob went through this system. These are the ones I can think of now. That's the same reason why Naomi was pushing Ruth, who was a girl, to push her to Boaz so that Boaz can marry her. We already covered that. We covered that over here, starting from the law that regulates for the girls. Because for the girls, it's different. For the girls, it's a little bit different, as you can see from verse 7. So even though he is a servant, the master has his own house. The servants have their own space. Everybody got their own space. They may have a common space, a common area where they worship, or they all come to the master's house. The master usually have the bigger house, the biggest house, because all his wife have to come through, go. They have to all, pass through his house whenever he needs them, or he can go sleep in their house, or they can come to the main house. So that's the law that regulates the servant system that the Most High gave us. It's such a beautiful thing. whether you're talking about as it relates to men or as it relates to women. Such a beautiful law. We've gone through the part about men. We also covered the part about women. And I gave you example with I gave you example with David and the young girl that was found for him. Also, the same thing, basically the same thing happened with Ruth and Boaz. Because Boaz ended up marrying Ruth. But Boaz could have also decided to give Ruth to his son. Our ancestor has such a different mindset, which we who are living today should try to get back and have this mindset. When you have this mindset, people are going to laugh at you. People are going to say you're crazy. Even you will question yourself. You are going to start questioning yourself. Are you really doing the right thing? You will begin to question yourself whether you're doing the right thing. This is such a good system that the Most High gave us. Such a wonderful system. And like as I said, this system is designed to lift us all up. Because here you have a man who is well established, helping the younger men who don't have anything. And he's helping them in every way, spiritually also, teaching them, like, Samuel, helping them to stand on their feet, turning them from being a boy to being a man, turning them from being a man to being a father. And they will also go themselves to have their own servant. We are in poverty today because we no longer follow these laws. We are in poverty because we no longer follow these laws. So those who are wise understand, and they've given up. They've given up on the current system. They can do it. That is why you have people that will say, brother, please, can you take my son? Please, can you raise my son for me? And some of these people don't even know this law. They don't even know about this law. They don't even understand everything that we just went through. Those who tell you that God's law is done away with, that's your enemy. This law about servant in Exodus 21, this law is a very good law. Very good. Very, very good. Especially for the boys. Like as I said, it benefits all of us. All of us. All of us. Because they will give him a wife, and that wife is somebody's daughter. And remember what I told you earlier when I was dealing with the part about girls, from verse 7. Once a girl is given to a man to serve that man, she is so excited. That girl is so excited. She is very, very excited. She can't wait to go. That's why the Most High pointed out about deception. The Most High said, because you've deceived her. You dealt with her deceitfully. Because she is very, very, very happy to be in his house. She's very happy to have been given to this man. She's very happy to serve this man. So for you to turn around and, take that hope away from her, that is kind of unacceptable. Because um, it's just unacceptable. You're taking away her hope. You're taking away her dream. You're taking that away from her. And again, I'm not talking about, you have to understand. I'm trying to show you something. I want to show you an image, and I'm trying to pull that image up. So I'm multitasking right now. So you have to understand that like her women back then only had one purpose in life, just to get married and be a wife and be a mom. That was their goal. That was what they looked forward to. That was their life, to be a wife and be a mom. That's it. They didn't have career. They were not interested. Basically, let me put it this way: their goal was just to be a housewife. Their goal back then was to be a housewife. That's all. And once they get to that, they're very happy. They are very, very happy to be in that situation. They are more than happy to, they feel like they have arrived. That's how they feel. They have finally arrived. So, you have to be careful not to take that away from her. All of a sudden, you want to take her back to her family. She will feel devastated. She will feel bad. Now, let me show you something. This picture explains what I'm talking about. The picture I'm about to share with you right now explains what I'm talking about. Okay, so this picture says it all. So let's go back to what we read earlier about David. They say that David was old, advanced in age, and then they had to go find a young virgin for him. By the way, that's how your ancestor used to tie. They wore turban. They wore turban plus their robe. This is not a trouser. This is a robe. So when with the mindset that people had back then, um, which today we don't even want to talk about that mindset. We are scared. We don't want people to say that we are racist. We are ashamed of our culture actually. Today we are ashamed of our culture. We don't even want to be associated with our culture. Why? Just because we're at the bottom right now? Do you think we're going to be at the bottom forever? No, don't be ashamed of your culture. Do not be ashamed of your culture. Yes, we are at the bottom right now. Yes, we are in a situation where, you know, the other nations are ruling over us. But that's not a reason to reject your culture. Can you practice all of your culture today? Well, it depends on where you are. I'm not going to say that you cannot, because it depends on where you are. It doesn't matter the country that you live in. If you live in the big city, I don't think it's possible. You have to be like a big, big, big millionaire. You have to be a trillionaire to be able to practice it in a big city, because you need space, you need land. So the idea or the question whether you can practice your culture It really depends on where you are. These laws are still practicable. It just depends on your location. If you live in a place where you don't have a lot of space, how can you practice it? It's not going to be possible. It will not be possible if you don't have a lot of space to be able to, at least to build a house. You will not be able to do it. To grow food, that's part of our culture. Growing food, growing our own food is part of our culture. Farming. When it comes to drinking water, that's not a problem. Drinking water is not a problem. You can always dig a well and get your water from the ground. So that one is not an issue. The issue is, growing food and raising your own animal. To do something like that, you're going to need your own space. So the laws of Yah is practicable, but it all depends on where you are. In any country that you are in, if you go and live in the big city in that country, it will not be as easy as it will be if you live in a rural area where you have a lot of space. And usually in those areas, lands are very cheap, very, very cheap. And if you have wisdom, you want to acquire as much as possible of those land, because eventually that area is going to develop. It's going to develop, and the lands are going to increase, and the prices are going to increase eventually. So wherever you are, if you can acquire lands, wherever you are, acquire them. Now, today is a Sabbath day. There are certain things I cannot say in terms of buying and selling. So, but those who are wise will acquire something like that, because it doesn't matter where you are. Eventually, that place you're calling a bush, that place you consider to be in the middle of nowhere, will eventually become the front of everywhere. And that is how our people think. So our mindset was very different from what it was in the past. We don't raise children like this anymore. We send them off to go to school. It's not a good thing. It goes against the law. How can you do that? Can you keep the law in Exodus 21 that we just went through if they are in school? If they are in school, can you keep the law? I don't think so, because they are in school. You have to change your mindset. Please change your mindset and understand that these things are not good for us. They are disastrous for us. They are nothing but disastrous. They're not good. They don't benefit us. They do not benefit us. Uh-oh. I think I'm sending the wrong one. So the laws of the heathen, the their way of life that they want us to follow does not benefit us. All this system that they put in place that is designed to seem like it's for us, it's not for us. It does not benefit us at all. And that's something that you have to understand. They don't care about you. They don't care about us. They don't care. Do you understand? They do not care. Why do you think Europeans care about you? And again, why do I keep talking about the Europeans? Let me tell you something. This is nothing personal about the Europeans. I would be screaming and shouting if it was the Asians also, if it was the Arabs. But if you look at the whole situation, what I'm doing, what I'm saying, what I'm shouting, what I'm saying is what the Most High wants me to do. I know that may sound crazy, but if you are following a certain people, and following them is making you not to follow the Most High, the Most High is not going to have any problem with anybody who is speaking against that people. So we are following a particular people, and it's been a disaster. And I see young people. I see young people. Let me show you something. Let me show you, since I'm actually, I don't know, but I want to show you something right now, which represents, I'm trying to multitask. I'm trying to do two things at once, but I'm going to show you a picture. Let me show you a picture, and then I'll go on to, I have a brother who needs another picture from me, or needs some information about the Sabbath right now. I think he's probably speaking about the Sabbath. He needed me to send him some information about the Sabbath. So I'm trying to do that while talk to you at the same time. But let me show you this picture so you can understand what I mean, understand the situation that we're in right now. And this is the case all over Africa. This is the case all over Africa. So let me share this picture with you. This is a young man. This is about the age of the young man that was being offered to me. Take a look at this. Take a very good look at this young man. He is in handcuffs and he's holding a gun. And that picture says it all. This picture says it all. He is in handcuffs and he's holding a gun.
Touch on this.
This picture says it all. This is the situation of our people today. Young men
It's saying speaker
are
off.
being killed,
It's the speaker off.
are being slaughtered. Can a brother please help me mute that mic, please? Whoever's mic is on. So young men today, this is the one that's captured alive. Usually they get killed by the police. Usually the police will kill them. Okay, so as you can see, this young man here, I would say he's about 16, 17 years old. He's about 16, 17 years old. And obviously, as you can see, he's holding a gun. And he has a handcuff. Because they caught him stealing. They caught him stealing. That's why he is in this situation right now. That's why he's in this mess right now. He was caught stealing. So what happened is that usually they put them in school. These boys are put in school. They go to school. They can't understand what is really going on in school. They can't understand what is going on in school. They don't want to be in school. They don't want to be in school. Because this is not our education system. This is the European education system. We're following European education system, and I don't blame these boys. They just don't want to be in school. I don't blame them. So while they are in school, they are doing drugs, they're smoking. If they happen to be in a school where you have like a boys and girls school, if they are in a boys and girls schools, they are having sex with the other young girls and doing all this stuff. And sometimes some of them will go on to take it too far. Some of them will go on, sometimes they will go on to take it too far. You know, they're stealing their parents' money to spend in school. They're stealing their parents' money. They're doing all this stuff. But then at some point they need more money. So that's when you bring all these young men, when you bring young men together in an environment that they call school, you bring young men in an environment that you call school, and they came from different homes. Some of them came from a decent, mother and father. Some of these young men have decent mother and father that is trying their best to raise them the right way. Some of them came from a dysfunctional home that the mother and the father are not decent at all. Some of them came from single home where the mother is struggling to keep a career, go to work and raise children at the same time to be able to keep the lights on and keep the roof over them. So that a boy like that is not going to be normal. A boy who is being raised by a single father or a single mother who is working, working every day, 5 days a week, trying to pay bills. They don't have time to raise these children the right way. These are the kind of people who your sons and your daughters are associating with. So they will not be normal. And when these kids, are going to school with people like that, they learn all kinds of things that they shouldn't be learning. They are exposed to all kinds of things that they shouldn't be exposed to. So eventually they start doing stuff like what you're seeing on the screen right now. They start um, um, they start stealing. They get their hands on a gun, um, and go into armed robbery. So they go into armed robbery, and they end up in a situation like this, like what you see on the screen. They have nobody to guide them or to lead them. They end up making wrong choices, like this young man you see on the screen right now. I think that this young man is a victim. Yes, he's holding a gun. Yes, he stole. He probably killed somebody. But I think he's a victim. I think he's a victim. He's a victim of Hebrew Israelite abandoning the law and following the Gentiles, because this is the result. This is the result. Now everybody is going to look like him, like he's a thief. He's this, he's that. But he's a victim, because if he was raised the right way, he's less likely. He's less likely to do this. When he's being raised the right way, he's not going to have time for this. Everybody is busy. Yeah, if you want to have wealth, you have to work for it. You have to work hard. You are a servant. You're not here to play around. You're here to serve me. And by the time you're done serving me, you are going to stand on your feet. I will help you to stand on your feet as a man, as a father. So these boys are busy, they're busy. 7 days a week, they're busy. 6 days a week, they're busy working. One day, they are busy on the Sabbath day, worshiping and all that stuff. They don't have time to start thinking, and they have their own money. They're making money. So they can buy whatever they want to buy. They are working. They are servant, but they are working. They're very busy. They don't have time to go start looking for a gun and go and steal. No. They're building their life. There's a man on the side, their master, who is helping them to build their life, to build their life. So that's what we see in this law. So, like as I said, I have a brother right now who is, I think he's teaching somebody about the Sabbath, and he needed me to send him some information that he needs to use That's why I kind of slowed down to send him that information. Normally, I wouldn't do it, but he's also talking to somebody about the Sabbath, and it's a salvational issue. So in that case, I had to send him that information, you know. But I'm already done with that. But if you take a look at your screen, you see a young man who is, you know, see a young man that is about the age of 16, 17. And he's already a criminal. He's already in handcuffs. And I guarantee you, if you go talk to him, he's a dropout because they go to this school and they get tired. They get tired and um, they just leave. They stop going to school. They stop going to school, and they sometimes they do lie that they're going to school, but they will go and do something else. They will lie to their parents that they're going to school, but they're not going to school. They're not going to school. They will just be partying and doing all kinds of things. We do hear that story sometimes. And I think I was one of those people, and I'm glad I was not able to pay attention in school. I'm so glad. Now I like it. I'm glad I wasn't able. I wasn't indoctrinated the way that other people get indoctrinated, even though I was totally blind at that time. So it was actually the Most High that was protecting me not to be um, not to be too knowledgeable about the Western education system, in their system, because that would have damaged my mindset and damaged my brain. So now I like it, and I don't support sending young men to school. I think that if we can actually follow the system that the Most High have in place for us, these young people will do much better, and they are more likely to make it into the kingdom. They are more likely to get into the kingdom of the Most High if we follow the system that the Most High put in place. They're more likely to make it than following the system that we're following today. I've had it in my heart for some time to um, open and to open an academy, to have an academy. We already have an online school. But I would like to make it a physical school. I would like to make it physical and not just online. So in that way, it will be hands-on. These young people are going to be able to learn all kinds of skills. A few things I would like to show you. We've looked at the law. Let's look at the gospel and see what it says. Let's go to Ephesians chapter 6. So some of those things you see, like in Ephesians, will make a lot more sense now. Ephesians chapter 6. So now look at this. I know that you've known about this place all your life, ever since you started reading the Bible. Now it's going to make a lot more sense. Ephesians chapter 6. Children, obey your parents in Yah, for this is right. Honor your father and your mother, which is the first commandment with promise, that it may be well with you and you may live long on the earth. And you, fathers, do not provoke your children to wrath, but bring them up in the training and admonition of Yah. We don't do that today anymore. We bring them up in the European school system. Bond servant, be obedient to those who you be obedient. Bond servant, be obedient to those who are your masters, according to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in sincerity of heart, as to Christ, not with eye service as men pleasers, but as bond servants of Christ, doing the will of Elohim from the heart, with good will, doing service as to Yahweh, and not to men, knowing that whatever good anyone does, he will receive the same from Yah, whether he is a slave or free. So this is Paul talking to servants, telling them to be obedient to their masters, but don't fake that obedient. Don't fake it. Be sincere. Serve your master as you would serve Christ, in sincerity of heart, as to Christ. Tells them to fear their master, to tremble towards their master, to serve their master and to tremble towards their master. But not just in being fake, in sincerity of heart, not with eye service as men pleasers, but as a bond servant of Christ, doing the will of Elohim from heart. Doing the will of Elohim? Doing the will of Elohim? So a man being a servant to another man is the will of Elohim. That's what Paul is telling you. When you are obedient to your master, when you fear your master, when you tremble at your master, and you do it with all your heart and with all your soul, when you're doing it just serving your master as you will serve Christ, not with eye service or pretending, but as you would serve Christ. When you do this the right way, you will actually be doing the will of God, doing the will of God from the heart, because you serving your master is the will of God, as we see in the law right here in Exodus 21. So how can somebody, I guarantee you most pastors don't even understand what Paul is saying here. Here you see Paul telling servant to obey their master, to fear their master, to tremble at their master with sincerity, to serve their master as they will serve Christ. And doing this is the will of God. This is Paul the apostle saying this. How can a man who don't believe in keeping the law, who don't even know the law in Exodus 31, who don't even understand the law in Exodus 31 or Exodus 21, how can they know what Paul is saying here? This will not make any sense. Most pastors will tell you today that we don't have to have a servant. You don't have to have a servant. We're all the same. They will quote Galatians to you. There is neither Jew or a Gentile. There is neither male or female. There is neither slave or free. We're all the same. We're all free. We're all the same. The same person who tells you there is no Jew or Gentile, male or female, and everything is also telling you here that servants should obey their masters. And by you doing this, you're doing the will of God. What was Paul talking about? Exodus 21. That is where you see the will of God towards masters and from masters to the servant. Or one of the places you see the will of God. Because we also see a law where a master can beat the servant. According to the word of the Most High, a master can beat his servant. And if he beats his servant and his servant dies like a day or two later, he will not be killed. He will not be held for murder if the servant did not die right away. If he beats the servant and later on the servant dies, it's not going to be a sin. So Exodus 21 is not the only place that talked about relationship between the master and the servant. And here you see Paul in Ephesians chapter 6 talking about this. Let's go and see what he says to the masters. And you masters, do the same thing to them, giving up threatening, knowing that your own master also is in heaven, and there is no partiality with him. And you masters doing the same thing, giving up threatening, knowing that your master, meaning that your own master also is in heaven, and there's no partiality with him. So now, what Paul was saying here about servants and masters now begins to make sense, because the Most High gave us a law regarding this. I told you in the beginning, don't think that this law doesn't apply anymore. It's done away with. We are in captivity. We are under grace. We're not under the law. Jesus died on the cross. We can't do this right now. This is 2021. This is modern day. We cannot do this. And if you don't do this, what other option do you have? Send your children to school where they graduate and they are nothing but slaves. If your son serves somebody, after serving that person, they become free. They stand on their own. They don't owe anybody. Your son is going to go to that person's house with nothing. They are going to come out of that person's house with a wife, children, and other properties. And once they come out, they're free. Once they come out from that person's house, they are free. They don't owe anybody. Your son goes there as a boy and comes out as a man and a father, a husband, a righteous man. Okay, it's not the only place that Paul talked about this. This is not the only place. Let's go to Colossians chapter 3. So when we started doing this today, I did not even understand what I was doing. I didn't even understand it. My intention was never to go into the law regarding slaves and servants. But now I understand why the Most High, I was pushed to do this. Now it became clear, or it's becoming clear. It's either this or you have the current system you have in the world. It's either this or the current system you have in the world. So let's continue. Colossians chapter 3 from verse 18. Colossians 3 from verse 8. Let's start from verse 18. Wives, submit to your own husband, as if fitting in Yah. Husbands, love your wives, and do not be bitter towards them. Children, obey your parents in all things, for this is well pleasing to Yah. Fathers, do not provoke your children, lest they become discouraged. Bond servant, obey in all things your masters according to the flesh, and not with eye service as man pleasers, but in sincerity of heart, fearing Elohim. Verse 23, and whatever you do, do it heartily, as to Yahweh, and not to man, knowing that from Yahweh you will receive the reward of the inheritance. For you serve Yahweh or Yeshua HaMashiach, but he who does wrong will be repaid for what he has done, and there is no partiality. So it's this system of raising children, this system of, for people who don't have the means to set up their sons to stand up there on their feet. Abraham had the means of standing his son on his feet. So Isaac did not need to go serve anybody. Isaac did not need to serve anybody because Abraham was wealthy. Jacob had need to serve somebody, and from there he became wealthy. For young men who are not in a position like the young man who has been offered to me already, for those people like that, they don't have everything they need. Their parents could not raise them right. That's why their parents was offering them to me. And there are millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of young men like that. Like the one I was showing you, like this one right here. I told you this young man is a victim. He is a victim of ignorance, but not his ignorant. This young man is a victim of ignorance, but not his own. The scripture says, train up a child in the way they should grow. Train them in the way they should grow. When you take them and put them in school and register them in school, that's a disaster. That child will most likely not make it into the kingdom of heaven. Most likely will not. Because they are going to go to school, they will not keep the law, they will not care about the things of the Most High. All they care is me, individualism. Me, my car, my rent, my mortgage, me. They won't care about you. They won't be able to take care of you the way they're supposed to take care of you. They will not take you in when you get old and nurture you and take care of you like you did them when they were growing up. They will not do these things. We see Hannah giving up Samuel into the hands of Eli. We see David that had a strong family. David had a father, had a mother, had a strong family. And David was still sent away to go serve Saul. This is our system. This is our system that the Most High gave us. We've abandoned this system to follow the current system of sending your sons to school. They go there, they become whoremongers. Eventually, you lead to what you see on the picture right now. That's what it leads to. That's if they don't get killed by the police. If this young man was under someone like me at the age of 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, at the age of 11, 12 years old. They won't have time to be going around and, they won't even have time to do stuff like this. They are busy. We have work to do. I have so much I have to do that they will be doing all this stuff. I have many, many videos, hours and hours of video backed up that hasn't been edited. They will be editing, uploading it on YouTube while we're recording even more. We're going to the farms. We're growing food. We're harvesting food. We're raising animals. There's no time. We don't have time. Whatever we're producing, it has to be supplied to the buyers. And while all this is going on, they are learning. We don't have time. We have houses to build. The money that is being made, the wealth they're making for me, the money they're making for me, I'm also using to help them. I'm also using it to help them, to build houses for them. As more and more boys are coming in, the more houses we have to build. So that's the servant system that the Most High gave us. If you have a son, you have to consider this. Consider this. And if you have I've already shown you enough when it comes to boys. When it comes to boys. If you have a daughter, also consider this. Also, let me show you a law, a commandment. Let's go to Sirach 7:25. Sirach. Sirach 7:25. You're sitting over there talking about school. When you have a system that can make your son wealthy, make your son righteous, turn your son into a father, raised the right way. This is the reason why the Most High said that we're foolish. Jeremiah chapter 5 said that his people are foolish. How can you trade his system and put his system aside and trade and replace it with the Gentile system? What? Let's see. Sirach chapter 7:25. Sirach 7:25. Give a daughter in marriage, and you complete a great task, but give her to a sensible man. You can't just give your son or your daughter to any man. You can't just go give your son to a man who is literally in the European system. What are they They don't know anything. What would they teach your son? What we're talking about here is some deep Hebrew Israelite, real Hebrew Israelite culture. 99% of Hebrew Israelites in America will not do this. They will not accept this. They might say, oh yeah, it's okay. I mean, that's fine. But they won't practice this. 99% of Hebrew Israelites in America will not practice what we see in this law. They will not do it. They will just think that they can't do it. That's what they would think. They cannot do, but they can do it though. And they should do it. Look at all the gang, gang banging and all this gang member and all this stuff going on. These young men should not be going to school. These boys should be put to follow this commandment here. And they will grow up to be real men, not bunch of sissies, men that are scared of women. They are raised today to be scared of women. And your daughter-in-law, his wife, your daughter-in-law is over there cursing you out, and your son cannot say anything. Your daughter-in-law is cursing you out, and your son cannot say anything. You curse my mother out, I will knock out your tooth. I will make sure I will make sure that each time you go on the mirror and open your mouth, you will see that, like each time you see that tooth, you will remember in this life and the next life, although there's no next life, we don't have reincarnation, but I will make sure that you will never do it again. Cursing my mother out. If I curse my parents out, if I do certain things to my parents, the law says I should be put to death. Who are you to do that to my parents? Cannot sit there and watch somebody who's supposed to be your wife insulting your mother or your father. You insulting your mother and your father is like you insulting the Most High God. And anybody who insults your mother and your father is also like they're insulting the Most High. Because your mother and your father are the God that you see with your naked eyes. The Most High say if you do certain things to them, you are to be put to death. If they ask you to do something, you must do it. You must obey them. But these young people are raised, I'm not even going to call them men. These young males are raised today to they're scared. They're very scared. They're scared of women because of the way that the women has been conditioned. They are scared of the women. That's not the kind, that's effeminate. These boys will not be in the kingdom. Because it tells you that no effeminate will be in the kingdom. When I say stuff like this, I know that some people might think, how dare you decide who will be in the kingdom? I'm just telling you what the Bible says. It says that no effeminate will be allowed into the kingdom. A young man or a man who is scared of his wife, who will sit and watch his wife insult his mother, that young man is effeminate. They have an effeminate spirit. They will not be in the kingdom according to the book of Revelation. I'm not the one that said it. It's right there in the book of Corinthians. It tells you that no effeminate will be allowed into the kingdom. I'm not the one that said it. Any man that has an effeminate spirit, a female spirit, will not be allowed into the kingdom. No matter what a woman does, her daughter-in-law cannot curse her out. There are ways of handling things. You don't have to insult your mother-in-law in order to make your point, no matter what she did, or insult your father-in-law, no matter what he did. There should be an academy where all these young people, they should never be put into school. The ones who are in school should be removed. They should be in a system like this to be taught this way. People are going to say it's a cult. Your cousins and your nephews and your brothers and sisters will say that you're in a cult. You send your children to a cult. Tell them no problem. Yes, tell them, yeah, I'm in a cult. Actually, would you like to join? We're in a cult. Because do you know where the word cult came from? The word cult came from culture. Like when you say culture, that word cult is from culture. 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 So you need to stop being in denial and always trying to defend yourself and be defensive. Somebody accuse you of being in a cult. You're like, no, I'm not in a cult. No, I'm not in a cult. No, tell them, yeah, I'm in a cult. It's the Hebrew cult. The Hebrew Israelite cult. In other words, the Hebrew Israelite culture. Where does the Hebrew Israelite culture come from? From the Most High. As you can see the law right here in Exodus 21. You see? The Most High commanded us this, and then we see those that practiced it. David went through it. David served Saul, or did he not? We see men that went through this. So it's the law of the Most High, when we practice it, it becomes our culture. And if somebody wants to laugh at you or mock you for following the word of the Most High, don't deny it. Don't be in denial. Don't say, no, 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 I'm not in a cult. No, tell them, yes, I am in a cult. Because the reason why they're accusing you of being in a cult is to get you to start denying what you're doing. No, don't do that. It's like when people tell me, oh, you hate women or whatever. You hate women. Oh, yes, I do. I hate rebellious women. I hate women that doesn't want to follow the scripture and be a woman like the Bible says. I hate them. You are a pedophile. You are advocating that an older man should marry a younger woman. Yes, I do. People want you to be in denial. That's why they accuse you. The only reason why they accuse you is for you to start saying, oh, no, I'm not in that. Oh, no, 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 to hell with you. Yes, I am. I am in that. And normally they will not have anything to say anymore because their plan was to get you to start denying what you're doing. But you agree with them. Yes, I am in a cult. No, you who are not in a cult, keep on sending your child to school. And I will send my son to be under a Hebrew man to raise my son. A Hebrew man that knows what he's doing, like we saw in the book of Sirach. You see what it says here about your daughter? Give a daughter in marriage. It says give, not allow her to go have a boyfriend and have and date people and then come and tell you what she's. No, no, no. Give her. You're supposed to give her. She's not the one that will find her husband. You have to find a husband for her. Give a daughter in marriage, and you complete a great task. What task? The task of giving her in marriage. You're supposed to do it. Give her in marriage and you complete a great task, but give her to a sensible man. You can't just take give your son to any man. A man who doesn't know what he's doing, a man who is lost himself, a man that needs to be educated himself, a man that needs to be in that academy himself. You can't just give your son to a man just because that man is a Hebrew Israelite. Does he understand this law? Because if he doesn't understand it, then your son is going to serve him. After 7 years, he will send your son away with nothing. Your son is going to serve him for 7 years and will have nothing to show for it. Zero. Your son will just be a slave for nothing. The law here is telling you that your son is supposed to be getting something. Your son is supposed to be getting something, even to the point that he himself will say that he doesn't want to leave. He doesn't want to leave that man because he's gotten so much. He came with nothing. Now he has all this stuff. And a man that understands this law, a man that fears Yah, will be scared to cheat your son and just use your son and dump him, which is what people are doing today. In my culture, the Igbo culture, people do that. A boy will serve and serve. After 7 years, when they start getting towards the end of the man will just accuse him of stealing money. And sometimes there are boys that do steal. There are boys that do steal from their master. That's true. There are boys that will steal money from their master, which that is dumb. That is stupid. Because now you're giving your master a reason why he should kick you out without settling you. A Hebrew Israelite should be scrambling to follow this system. You should be scrambling. You should be putting your sons into this system. That will remove the burden from you. Now your son is being raised by somebody. You can relax and know that a righteous man is raising your son. Within the first year, you should get a phone call telling you that there's a process in place to find a wife for your son. If things are going well the way it should, they should find a wife for your son as soon as possible. Within the second or third year, your son should be telling you that his house is under construction. And I'm talking about him, your son, as a 15 years old boy. You should get a phone call from your son that his house is under construction and his master is building that house for him. Within the third to the fourth year, you should get a phone call that your son, who is 17 years old, his wife just gave birth to a child. His wife, your son's wife, just gave birth. And he and his wife live in his house that was given to him by his master. And his wife that was given to him by his master just gave birth. Who are we fooling? Keep on following the Europeans. Keep on sending your children to school. All those Hebrew Israelites, all those so-called black people, wherever you are, whether you're in Jamaica, you are in America, you are in Nigeria, you are in Cameroon, all these people who are being abandoned by their children, that's exactly what they signed up for. When you raise your child according to the European system, you will be abandoned. Because that's how they trained. They are trained for you to kick them out. When they turn 18, they have to go. You see these fools who will kick their children out. 18 years old, you gotta go. What are you doing here? You're supposed to go. They will be cussing their children out. They will be humiliating their sons and their daughters. They will be mocking their children for being 18 years old and being in a house. No, you who is mocking your daughter, you who is mocking your son, you are the one who is a fool. Are you an animal? Animals, they are the ones who will reject their children when their children get to a certain age. You see a lion, all these wild animals, they will do everything to nurture their cubs. They will protect their cubs. But when that cub gets to a certain age, that animal will turn on their own cubs. They will chase out their own cubs. Wild animals do this. That's a fact. You will see them chasing out their own cubs, their own children. Animals do it, and the Europeans do it too. Europeans are doing it too. That is where you learn that nonsense that you're doing, that your child turns 18. You want to kick them out to go and be on their own when they turn 18. And you wonder why they dump you. You wonder why they put you in a convalescent home. The time that you are old, your children are supposed to now take you in and take care of you. You're supposed to live with your children, live with them, take care of your grandchildren, hear the sound of your grandchildren, all this stuff going on in the house. That thing will keep you alive, keep your spirit going. Babies crying, making noise, doing all this stuff, it keeps you going as a grandparent. But that doesn't happen because you raise them following the European system. They will take you and go dump you in a convalescent home with other miserable old people. Before you realize it, you're dead. As their study their own study have told us. They did a study and found out that old people who are left in a convalescent home, they tend to die much sooner than they would normally die if they were with their families. Because they are miserable. They're miserable. They're surrounded by other miserable parents. And they all have one thing in common. When they were young, they kept chasing money. They were chasing money, chasing money, chasing money. They take their children and they go put them in school. They wake up in the morning, they're getting ready, they get their children ready, they go put them in school. They go to work. You do all these things and you're raising your children by sending your children to be raised by others. Eventually, your children will do the same thing to you. Whatever you sow is what you reap. So you have this system or you have the current system we have in the world. Doesn't matter where you are, it's the same thing worldwide. Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, Arab world, everywhere you are, you only have two choices. You either do this, what the Most High commanded us here, and give your son to a righteous man to raise your son, or you send your son to school. Notice I keep talking about son, right? Why do I keep talking about son? Because we see this law right here. Give a daughter in marriage and you complete a great task, but give her to a sensible man, meaning a spiritual man, a righteous man. Because for the daughters, you have to give them in marriage, as we see in the law here. You see, when you give your daughter, as we see from verse 7, eventually it turns into a marriage. You see? And if a man sells his daughter to be a female slave or a female servant, sorry, if a man sells his daughter, supposed to be a servant. This translation is, it's a little bit off here. And if a man sells his daughter to be a female servant, she shall not go out as the male servant do. If she does not please her master, who has betrothed her to himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to foreign people, since he has dealt deceitfully with her, because you gave her a false hope. This girl has been raised and raised and raised. She's being trained that, she's going to have a husband, she's going to go to her husband's house, and then you take her, and then all of a sudden, now you don't want her or something. She's going to be heartbroken. And so you either marry her or you can give her to your son for your son to marry her. Verse 9. And if he has betrothed her to his son, he shall deal with her according to the customs of daughters. So if you betroth her to your son, then now she's no longer betrothed to you. So you cannot betroth her to your son, but you're still looking at her as if she was betrothed to you, because now she's your son's wife. You have to treat her as daughter. When she was betrothed to you, that's fine. You can marry her, you can have sex with her and marry her, that's fine. But once you betroth her to your son, as you can see in verse 9, and if he has betrothed her to his son, he shall deal with her according to the custom of daughters. So once you betroth that girl that was given to you, like we see in 1 Kings with David, once you betroth her to your son, she is no longer betrothed to you. You can no longer look at her like you want to have sex with her. You can no longer do that, because now she belongs to your son. If your son, who you betrothed that girl to, takes another wife, that your son shall not diminish the food of this girl, or her clothing, or her marriage right, sex. If he doesn't do these things, then, and if he does not do these three for her, then she shall go out free without paying money. You have to let her go. You cannot refuse to marry her and then keep her. You either marry her or you let her go. Yes, she came in to serve you. So she came in to serve you. She either serves you and then go. Or if you want to keep her, then you go ahead and marry her. You either marry her or let your son marry her, or you let her go. She's not going to be over there and just be sitting around and be your slave or be your servant forever. No, she's not going to be your servant forever, because she's an Israelite. She cannot be your servant forever like that. So you either marry her or you let her go. But she can be given to serve you. They can give her to serve you. And while she's serving you, you can betroth her to yourself. No sex is happening. No sex. Because as soon as sex happens, she's now your wife. Once sex happens, she is now your wife. Once sex happens between your son and her, she's now your son's wife. And from that moment on, you cannot put her away anymore. You cannot let her go because she's now a wife. This is the reason why. Let's go to Titus chapter 2. I want to show you something. So we see in Titus chapter 2, it says from verse 1, but as for you, speak the things which are proper for sound doctrine, that the older men be sober, reverent, temperate, sound in faith, in love, in patience. The older women, likewise, that they be reverent in behavior, not slanderers, not given to much wine. They can drink wine, but not be drunk. None of us can be drunk, whether you are a man or woman. No drunkard will be allowed into the kingdom. We can drink wine, but we cannot be drunk. So we carry ourselves and be careful. I do drink wine, not man-made wine, but Yah's wine. God, like palm wine. Okay, I like drinking palm wine, but I don't like to drink it on the Sabbath because I don't want to be drunk. If you feel like if you want to drink and get drunk, do it in your house and climb your bed and lay down and go to sleep. If you want to drink or you think you're drinking too much, the Bible says that no drunkard will be allowed into the kingdom. So today Christians are against drinking alcohol. But the Bible, the Most High encourages us to drink alcohol. Not man-made alcohol. Not man-made alcohol, but the one that he made, like palm wine. Isn't it interesting? See that I keep telling you, if the white people tell you to do something, don't do it. If they say do it, if they say don't do it, do it. So they are always against everything that the Most High tells us to do. Christians believe that you're not supposed to drink alcohol. What is it that Christ turned into into wine? That was alcohol. Those people, they were drinking alcohol. If you look at the statement in John chapter 2, wedding at Cana, that was alcohol that they were drinking. So there's nothing wrong with drinking alcohol. The Most High encouraged us to drink alcohol when we meet for the feast, during the feast days. When we gather for the feast, we can drink alcohol. That's fine. You can drink alcohol as long as you're drinking, the one that the Most High made. Natural alcohol, not man-made alcohol, but the natural alcohol that the Most High made, that we can drink. Men can drink it. Women can drink it. Women cannot get drunk. Men cannot get drunk. No drunkard will be allowed into the kingdom. Isn't it interesting that the Europeans, with their Christian church, is telling you that, oh, you're not supposed to drink alcohol? They make it seem like it's a sin to drink alcohol. It's a sin to drink. It's a sin against your body, yourself and your body, if you drink man-made alcohol. Man-made alcohol, like their soda, their wine, their all this stuff, all their wine, you shouldn't be drinking it. You shouldn't be drinking Western alcohol or Western wine, because it's nothing but chemical. It's not good for your liver. So not giving too much wine, still speaking to the women. Verse 3, the older women likewise, that they be reverent in behavior, not slanderers, not giving too much wine, teachers of good things. Verse 4, that they admonish the young women to love their husbands, to love their children, to be discreet, chaste, homemakers, good, obedient to their own husband, that the word of Elohim may not be blasphemed. Okay, so that's what we see here in Colossians chapter, Titus chapter 2, sorry. Titus chapter 2 also, we also have something that we did not read earlier about servant. We see here about servant. It says, this is the third place we're reading it. We read it in Ephesians chapter 6. We read it in Colossians chapter 3, and then we're reading it now in Titus chapter 2 about servant. Exhort bond servant, that is, teach bond servant to be obedient to their own masters, to be well pleasing in all things. Pleasing to who? To their masters. This is their this is their earthly master. Their earthly master. Because Paul, this is the third place we're reading right now. Third place that Paul is talking about servant. Servant, obey your masters. Servant, obey your master. Third place. First place was in Ephesians chapter 6. Second was in Colossians chapter 3. And then the third place is Titus chapter 2. He's saying the same thing because this is something that we're supposed to do. This is something that we're supposed to practice. These devils will tell you that this is done away with. They remove this option from you. They tell you that this system of raising children, this system of raising your sons has been done away with. So the only option you have is to send them to school. Damn these people. They tell you that these things are done away with. So what other option do you have? Send your children to school. They graduate and become slaves forever for the rest of their life. Follow the system that the Most High told us in Exodus 21. Your son will serve, come out, and be on his own. Just like the Most High intended for us to be the head and not the tail. Why do you think that Paul keeps talking about this in 3 different places? Ephesians chapter 6, Colossians chapter 3, and then now Titus chapter 2. Why does he keep telling servants to obey their masters? Because for them to humble themselves. Humble yourself down under your master. The more obedient a young man is to me, the more I will do for him. The best I will want for him. The more obedient they are to me, the more I will do for them. The best I will want for them. I will take them like my son. And they will get a lot more out of me. They will get the best from me just by being obedient and serving me with all their heart and with all their soul. As we saw in Ephesians chapter 6, Paul was telling them, serve your master like you're serving Christ. Because this is the will of God. God is the one that created this system. This system that these demons, these devils have deceived you into abandoning. What option do you have today? Tell me other option you have today other than to send your children to school. What other option do you have other than to send them to school? Zero option. Everybody from Jamaica to South Africa, from Saudi Arabia to everybody everywhere. This option is now lost. The option that the Most High gave us here in Exodus 21 is now lost. The only option we have today is to send them to school. They graduate, they are 20 years old. They are still not sure what to do with their life. They are still in school at the age of 20. Put a boy in this system. By the time he's 20 years old, I guarantee you he will have his own wife. He will have his own house. And while this is happening, other people are bringing their sons and putting under your sons. Because your son will not serve forever unless if he chooses to serve forever. If he chooses to stay with me forever, he can do that. But that still doesn't stop him from ruling over others. He can still be a master to others, even though he's a servant to me. He may be my servant, but he can also be a masters to other young people. If I tell you that I hate the Europeans, some of you don't understand. why I hate the Europeans. You don't understand what you've lost. If I keep shouting and screaming about keeping the law, you don't understand why I keep shouting and screaming. You don't understand what you are missing. The sky is our limit if we follow things the way the Most High told us to follow it. The sky is our limit, as people will say. We will excel. We've seen an example of people that did this. They came in with nothing and they left with a lot. Have you ever wondered why the Most High told the Israelites to go and take stuff from the Egyptians, not to live with nothing? Ever wonder why? Our ancestors was not interested in taking things from the Egyptians. They could not wait. Like when the oppression was so bad, they just wanted to leave. The Most High made it a point. The Most High made it a point to for them to go and take stuff from the Egyptians. The Most High made it a point for them to take things from the Egyptians because they served the Egyptians and they were not supposed to leave empty-handed. Do you understand? They were not supposed to leave empty-handed. Let's look at Exodus chapter 3 so you can see what I'm talking about. Those that listen to this information you're hearing today and follow it, the life of your children will never be the same. You follow this, you have a better life, a wealthy life. Or you go follow the European system in the country that you live in. Go send your children to school. I don't care where you are. This idea of sending your children to school, that's a satanic idea. That's not biblical. No matter the country that you live in, the idea of sending your children to school is not biblical. Do you understand? I'm showing you from scriptures the way your sons and your daughters are supposed to be raised. This idea of sending them to school is not biblical. It will make your children poor. To make your children poor. Your prayer today is that there should be more Hebrew men that understand this system. Because many of you are going to listen to this and want to do this. The problem you're going to have is that you don't have Hebrew men that understand this. Most Hebrew men don't even understand this, so they cannot be a master. Most Hebrew men cannot be a master. There are people that will want a master for their son, but they cannot be able to find it. There are people that will want a master for their daughter, but they will not be able to find it. They will not be able to find it. Let me tell you something, which I've had a situation. I've had a situation where I think I will speak on that when I go back to the part about women. I will speak on that. I'll tell you something that I myself have experienced. And those who are involved, when they listen to this video, they will understand exactly what I'm talking about. But first, let's look at Exodus chapter 3, though. Let's start from verse. Let's start from verse. Oh man. You know what? Let me just start as much as. Let me start from verse 14. What I want to show you is in verse 22, but I'll start from verse 14 so we can understand why the Most High said what he said in verse 22. And Elohim said to Moses, I am who I am. I am he. I am, he said. Thou shalt say to the children of Israel, I am has sent me to you. That is Yahweh. Actually, this part here is Yahweh. That's his name. This I am covers his name. Yahweh has sent me to you. Verse 15. Moreover, Elohim said to Moshe, Thou shalt say to the children of Israel, Yahweh, Elohim of your fathers, Elohim of Abraham, Elohim of Isaac, and Elohim of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial to all generations. Verse 16. Go and gather the elders of Israel together and say to them, Yahweh Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, of Isaac, of Jacob, appeared to me, saying, I have surely visited you and seen what is done to you in Egypt. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt to the land of Canaanite and the Hittite and the Amorite and the Perizzite and the Hivite and the Jebusite, to a land flowing with milk and honey. Verse 18. Then, this is Exodus chapter 3, by the way. Exodus chapter 3, verse 18. Then they will heed your voice, and you shall come, you and the elders of Israel, to the king of Egypt, and you shall say to them, Yahweh Elohim of the Hebrews has met with us, and now please let us go 3 days journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to Yahweh our Elohim. Verse 19. But I am sure that the king will not let you go. No, not even by a mighty hand. Verse 20. So I will stretch out my hand and strike Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in its midst. And after that, he will let you go. Now, pay attention. We're getting to the reason why I'm showing you this. We're getting to it right now. We're about to read it right now. So please pay attention. Verse 21. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall be when you go that you shall not go empty handed. Why? Because you served them. You served the Egyptians. So you're not going to live empty handed. You're going to live with something because you have been serving them. You are not about to leave them empty handed with nothing after serving them. And now you're going to go and start your life all over again. No, you're living with something, says the Most High. It shall be when you go that you shall not go empty handed. Verse 22. But every woman, Hebrew woman, every Hebrew woman, but every woman shall ask of her neighbor, namely of her who dwells near her house, articles of silver, articles of gold, and clothing, and you shall put them on your sons and on your daughters. So you shall plunder the Egyptians. Why should you plunder them? Because you serve them. Some of the wealth that they have was created by you. You serve them. You worked for it. So you're living with some of those wealth. This is the first time that the Most High was telling our ancestors to do this. Don't live empty handed. Then later on, he reminded them of the same thing again. Let's go to chapter 11. Exodus chapter 11. Exodus chapter 11. Why do you think that those who oppressed Israel will serve Israel in the future? Why do you think that? You think it's a joke? That's Isaiah chapter 2 or chapter 14, sorry. Those who oppress Israel will serve Israel. The Most High does not forget. They will pay. Right now, they're saying that they're not going to pay reparation. No problem. We shall see. They will take them captives, whose captive they were, and rule over their oppressor in the kingdom of God. Let's continue with Exodus. Let's continue with Exodus chapter 11 to show you after the Most High had told our ancestors, don't leave Egypt empty-handed because you served them. You're not gonna about to serve them and do all this work for them and serve them, and then now you leave empty-handed. No, you have to take something with you. Verse Exodus chapter 11. Exodus 11 from verse 1. And Yahweh said to Moses, I will bring one more plague on Pharaoh and on Egypt. Afterward, he will let you go from here. When he let you go, he will surely drive you out. He will surely drive you out here altogether. Verse 2. Speak now in the hearing of the people, and let every man ask from his neighbor. So the first one we read in Exodus chapter 3. Exodus chapter 3 from verse 22. He says that women should ask their neighbors for silver and gold. Now he's telling Moses, tell the men. So this is all Israel is going to get paid for their work. Verse 2. Speak now in the hearing of the people, and let every man ask from his neighbor, and every woman from her neighbor, articles of silver, articles of gold. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt. The same thing happened, and I'm going to show you. The Most High is not playing. So they did take they didn't leave Egypt empty-handed. They left with something. Let's see chapter 12. Exodus chapter 12. If you remember, these are some of the places that we went through when we went through the study about wearing jewelry. Let's go to the next chapter, chapter 12. The Most High was very particular that you must take something. You cannot leave empty-handed. They have to give you something. And I explained, this doesn't mean you should go start breaking down stores or going to steal. If you go, they might kill you or will catch you and lock you up. Okay? So don't go and start taking stuff because your ancestor was in slavery. You have to let the Most High direct the way it's supposed to be done. Like he was directing Moses the way it has to be done. He was telling Moses what to do. The Israelites did not decide themselves to go take stuff from the Egyptians. The Most High told them and directed them how to do it and what they should ask for. So if you want to go break up a bank in America, or you want to go to a liquor store and take some money, if you go there, if they shoot you and you die, you deserve to die because you're a thief. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 from verse 31. Then he called for Moses and Aaron by night and said, rise, go out from among my people, both you and the children of Israel, and go serve Yahweh as you have said. Also take your flocks, your herds, as you have said, and be gone, and bless me also. This is Pharaoh now telling the Israelites to go. He finally had enough of all these plagues, and the Most High is finally ready to. The Most High was manipulating him and making him to say no. The Most High was making him and manipulating him. The Most High hardened his heart. Yah hardened his heart. So finally, he told Moses by night, please, it's time to go. Please go. I will not hold you anymore. Please take your people and go. Take your stuff too. Take your flocks. Take your herds. When they came into Egypt, they came in with nothing. They came in with nothing and they served the Egyptians. Now they are living with stuff. They're living with their wives. They're living with their children. They're living with all this stuff, including the stuff that the Messiah told them to take from the Egyptians also. Also take your flocks and your herds as you have said, and be gone, and be blessed, and bless me also. Verse 33. And the Egyptians, and the Egyptians, and the Egyptians urged the people that they might send them out of the land in haste. For they said, we shall all be dead. So the people took their dough before it was leavened, having their herding bowls bound up in their clothes on their shoulders. Now the children of Israel had done according to the word of Moses, and they had asked from the Egyptians articles of silver, articles of gold, and clothing. And gold and silver, you know, is very expensive. They're treasures. And clothing, and Yahweh had given the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they granted them what they requested. You know how you know that the Most High is still against us? For those of you that live in America, the Europeans are they are the Europeans are united and heavily against reparation. The Europeans are against paying you reparation. When the Most High turns on you and shows favor to you, these devils will change their mind. Like they told you that you don't have to wear a mask, and then they change their mind. Now you have to wear a mask. Like they told you that you don't have to be mandated to get vaccine, and then now they change their mind. Now you must get vaccine. When the Most High, this is the Egyptians that was oppressing Israelites. Egyptians that was oppressing Israelites, the Most High now showed them favor, and the Egyptians was now giving them stuff. Europeans are against reparation. The reason why they are, because the Most High wants them to. The Most High harden their heart and make them to hate you. They hate you yesterday. They hate you last year. They hate you 300 years ago. They hate you today, and they will hate you tomorrow. So those of you who are thinking that the more education you get, the more they will love you. If you live in their neighborhood, they will love you. If you marry their child, they will love you. If you get their education, they will love you. If you go to follow their religion, they will love you. The more you do this, the more you show how foolish you are. The more you do these things, the more they hate you. So as you can see here, they plundered the Egyptians and they left. Let me show you something else in Ezra. Ezra chapter 1. End of Babylonian captivity. Now, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, the king of Persia, so that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom. Let me read that again. This is Ezra chapter 1, the book of Ezra, chapter 1 from verse 1. Now, in the first year of Cyrus, the king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, so that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and also put it in writing, saying, Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth Yahweh Elohim of heaven has given me, and he has commanded me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda. Verse 3, who among you of all his people, may his Elohim be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda, and build the house of Yahweh Elohim of Israel. He is Elohim, which is in Jerusalem. And whoever is left in any place where he dwells, let the man and his let the men of his place help him with silver and gold, with goods and livestock, beside the freewill offering for the house of Elohim, which is in Jerusalem. Do you understand what this king is saying? This is an Iranian man. This is an Iranian man, Cyrus the Great, speaking. This man, Cyrus the Great, this is the man that the Most High talked about in Isaiah chapter 45. This is the man that the Most High talked about in Isaiah 45. Isaiah 45 was talking about this man, Cyrus the Great. He was a Persian king, an Iranian man, Cyrus the Great. Let's see if you can pull up his picture. So this is the same man that the Most High spoke about in Isaiah 45. Cyrus the Great, Cyrus II of Persia, commonly known as Cyrus the Great, and also called Cyrus the Elder by the Greeks, was the founder of the Achaemenid Empire, the first Persian Empire. Persia, the modern day Iran. Born, where was he born? Anshan, Iran. He was born in a place called Anshan, in the country of Iran. Died December 4, 530 BC. So he was the one that the Most High spoke about in Isaiah 45. Let's see his tomb. This is place of burial. The place he was buried in Iran. Tomb of Cyrus the Great, Iran. Let's see. This is his grave in Iran. You can go and see it till today. People are still going to Iran to go see it. Look at all these people. This is his grave in Iran. That's his grave till today. That's the man that the Most High spoke about in Isaiah 45. And that's the man you read about in the book of Ezra chapter 1. This is where he was buried in Iran. He was the king of the Persian Empire, the only empire that did not oppress Israel, the only empire that helped Israel to go back home from Babylon. All these Israelites who speak against Muslims, they are dummies. These Hebrew Israelites who doesn't understand history or culture, who don't understand that these Arabs are our relatives. These Hebrew Israelites don't understand that these Arabs are our relatives. They don't understand that. This is his grave, tomb. That is the grave of Cyrus. And look at all these people. This is not a sand. This is not a sand. This is people. It's like a tourist ground. People go to see his grave. Who wouldn't want to go and see it? Who will not want to go? A man that the Most High spoke about in Isaiah. The man that the Most High talked about. Who wouldn't want to go and see it? A man that feared the Most High. A man that feared Yah. That's his image. All right, let's see what I was talking about a little bit. Let's just take a look at this before we continue. Isaiah 45. This was more than 100 years before he was born, by the way. The Most High said this before Cyrus was born. Before he was even born, the Most High called him by name. The Most High called him Cyrus. And then he was born and was given that name. One of the most miraculous things I've seen in the scriptures. For the Most High to talk about somebody before they were born, and then they were born and given that name also. And they did exactly what the Most High said they would do to help Israel. Let's see what the Most High said here in Isaiah 45. Cyrus, God's punishment. That says Yahweh to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have held, to subdue nations before him, and to loose the armor of kings. So the Most High was going to use this man to bring nations down. The Most High used him to destroy Babylon, ancient Babylon. The Most High used this man because the Most High said that he would destroy ancient Babylon. This is the man that the Most High used to do it. To subdue nations before him, and to loose armor of kings, to open before him the double doors, so that the gates will not be shut. And I will go before you. So it doesn't matter what he wants to do. Whatever he wants to do, he will succeed. He will succeed whatever he wants to do. There will not be any closed door. Verse 2, I will go before you. That is, the Most High will go before him, Cyrus. I will go before you and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of bronze and cut the bars of iron. I will give you treasures of darkness and hidden riches of secret places, that you may know that I, Yahweh, who called you by your name, I am the God of the Elohim of Israel, the God of Israel. For Jacob, my servant's sake, and Israel, my elect, I have even called you by your name. I have named you. I've given you a name, Cyrus. I have named you, though you have not known me. Before he even know the Most High have already chosen him and gave him a name. Though you have not known me, I am Yahweh, and there is no other. There is no God beside me. For those of you that talk about Trinity, there's no God beside him. There's only one God. So that's the man, as you see in the book of Ezra. Eventually he was born, he grew up and then became the king of Persia, and then issued this command. When the time came, he issued the command that we're reading here in the book of Ezra. It says, now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled. Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus. The Most High made him. The Most High made him to become interested. He stirred up his spirit to want to do something. The Most High stirred up his spirit. So whether he wants to do it or not, when the time comes and the Most High stirred up his spirit, now he wants to do it. Now he cannot wait to do it because the Most High have stirred up his spirit. Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, the king of Persia, so that he might so that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom and put in writing, saying, "That says Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth, Yahweh Elohim of heaven has given me." So this man is from Iran, a Persian. He's not an Israelite, but the Most High put him in charge to rule the whole world. And he was telling you that the Most High is the one that gave him the power to rule the whole earth. All the kingdoms of the earth, Yahweh Elohim of heaven has given me. And he has commanded me to build him a house at Jerusalem. The Most High commanded him to build a house. How is that going to happen? Let's see how it's going to happen. He's now asking, who is among you of his people? Who are the Israelites? Remember that this king is speaking to everybody. He is speaking to all his kingdom. Cyrus the Great was speaking to all his kingdom. And then asking anybody anywhere who is an Israelite, get ready to go home. If you are an Israelite, start packing your things. It's time to go home. Go back to your land. Who is among all of his people? Who is among you of all his people? Whose people? Yah's people, God's people. May his Elohim be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda, and build the house of Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel. He is Elohim, which is in Jerusalem. Now he goes on to say, and whoever is left in any place where he dwells, let the men of his place help him with silver and gold and livestock, beside the free will offering for the house of Yahweh, which is in Jerusalem. So all the non-Israelite is being commanded. This king, Cyrus the Great, was commanding non-Israelite. All those of you who are non-Israelite, not only are you going to give them money, give a free will offering for the building of God's house in Jerusalem, but you should also give more money to these Israelites. Give them silver and gold. You should give them money, silver and gold, not just for the rebuilding of the temple, but you should give it like you should make a personal donation to them. You should give Israelite a personal donation just because they are Israelite and they just served as slaves in Babylon. So you are to give them something to go with. So that's Cyrus the Great. And I wanted to show you this because of what he had said in this chapter, telling people to give Israelites silver and gold, because the Israelite just served in Babylon for 70 years. Israelite was in Babylon for 70 years, and it was now time for them to go. It was time for them to go back to Jerusalem. So they're not about to live with empty-handed. They're about to take something with them. Those of you who live in America, or those of you who can get loan in America, you can get loan or something. If you can get a loan, take a loan, go get yourself a nice land in Africa and build a house and relax. File for bankruptcy. You're not going to be the first, and you will not be the last to file for bankruptcy. So let's go back to this law and round it up. As you can see, this is very necessary that we go back to this law. I've shown you example of Israel leaving Egypt and the Most High not wanting them to live empty-handed. I've given you example with David. David went through this system of raising boys. Samuel went through it. You have to be a fool not to put your son into this system. This is the only option we have. Unless if you are wealthy, if you have a lot of money, like Abraham, then like Isaac, you don't have to put your son into it. If you are wealthy and you have enough inheritance for your children, then that's fine. Just focus on teaching them the law. That's all. That is all. Just focus on teaching them the law. There's no need for them to go and be a servant, because you have houses, you have land, you have properties. You don't need to send your son to go be a servant. You can raise them yourself. You can teach them the law. If you are a single woman, you must do this. You don't have any option. What other option do you have? Your son needs a man in his life. Otherwise, your son will grow up to be a sissy. Your son will grow up to be a feminine male that's scared of women. Every single woman has to put their son through this. Look for a righteous man that understands this. If you put your son under a man that don't understand this, I guarantee you, your son will be a slave for nothing. Your son will serve this man, and at the end of the day, your son will live empty-handed, and it's your fault. Everybody should be praying for more men to understand this, because right now we have more people who are ready to become servants, and we have very few people who understand this. Very few. Most men don't understand this system. They don't know how to be a master, because we have not been conditioned to be masters. We've been told that we're all the same. We have been told that we are all the same. Male and female. There's no male, there's no female, there's no Jew, there's no Gentile. We're all the same. There's no bond, there's no free. And if you believe it, you are such a slave to believe that there's no master when they're ruling over you. Those who are ruling over you, those who are controlling you and ruling over you, those who you are following their system, dressing like them, eating like them, they're educating your children, they are the same people who are telling you that you're free. So one of I believe there's a reason why the Most High is making these things to come out right now, because I never prepared to do this. When I opened up the book of Exodus today, I had no idea that this is what we're going to be studying. I had no idea. We're going to be going deep into this like we're going right now. So I call on every single mother, wherever you are, you need a strong, righteous Hebrew man to raise your son for you. And they must understand this. They must understand this in order for this to work. Because if they are righteous and they understand this law, they cannot cheat your son, like Paul the apostle tells us, reminding the masters. Remember that you, the master, you also have a master in heaven. So you be careful how you treat your servant. What needs to be done? I don't know if it can be done, but it needs to be done, is to train Hebrew men to become masters. There is so many single women today, single mothers with boys. So many single mothers with boys. There's so much need to have masters. Hebrew men, these young men, as they're being trained, they need to be trained to become masters also, so that they can raise other people, help them to become men and fathers. If you are a single mother, if you're a woman and you have children, you don't even have option. You don't have a choice. You must do this, or else your son will turn up to be a useless man. A useless man who will most likely not be in the kingdom, because you cannot raise a man. I know what the Europeans have told you. I know all this feminist stuff they've taught you, but keep believing that rubbish. You cannot raise a man. You are not a man. Just like a man cannot raise a girl. This system needs to be available, and young men need to be put into the system so they can be raised right, raised the right way. They're not going to end up being a thief, being a whoremonger, being weak. They'll become responsible. And you get to see your grandchildren at a younger age. Your son will be able to say that I have never slept with any woman except for my wife. Your son will be able to say that. They can't say it now. They are in college, humping from one whore to another. Humping from one whore, one prostitute to another. In school. Smoking weed, doing drugs. They are 22, 23 years old. They still don't know what to do with their life. They're still in school. They're looking for work. There needs to be an academy to train men to become masters. Men are to be trained to become masters so that they can take on these young men. One person cannot do it. I can't do it alone. So that people will have options wherever they are. If you have to take your son and put him in a plane and send him off somewhere, put him and send him over there. You will not be the first person to do it. Hannah did it in 1 Samuel. Hannah did it. She had her son. Her son got to a certain age, and he was a young boy, young little boy. He sent him off. She sent him off. She and her husband. He went to become under Eli. He stayed and studied under Eli and became the great man that he became. David had a father and a mother. David had a stable home, and he was still sent over to serve Saul, to be under Saul. Now, let me tell you a true story about women. When we talk about the women part, should I even tell you this? I don't know. This should be done. It's this, or you are a man, you have a wife, you have children, you have your own properties, you are okay. You have properties to leave for your sons. You can get a wife for your son. You can take care of your family. You can get them a wife, and you're there to raise them. Then you don't need to do this. If you have all it takes, you don't need to do this. But if you're not financially stable, you should send your son. The only option that is approved by God that you have is to send your son. Send your son over to another man who is righteous, who understands this, so that when your son goes over to that man, they will raise your son. They will get a wife for your son. It doesn't matter if your son is 12 years old. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's 11 years old. They will arrange and find a wife for your son. They will begin to talk to other righteous people. They begin to arrange. An arrangement will be made. With your consent, they will find a wife for your son. Help your son to build a house. Help your son to stand on his feet while your son is serving him, serving that man. At the end of the day, your son will live there, having a skill, having his own wife, and having knowing the Most High. This is the only option we have. You either do it, if you can do it, like Abraham was able to do it. Abraham did not need to send his son over to be a servant, because Abraham had everything that it takes. Had everything. But today there are men who, even though they are there, they should still send their son away to another righteous man to raise their son. Take an example with Hannah. Hannah has a husband. Samuel had a father, and he was still sent away. David had a father. He was still sent away. Jacob had a father who was Isaac. He still left and served this man for 14 years. More than 14 years. If you put all the time that he spent there, that was more than 14 years. The service that he did was for 14 years to get his wives. This system is so badly needed today, because the current system that we have, which is to send the children to school, it's not working. It's not working. Look at your sons. Do they know the Most High? Are they keeping the laws? Are your sons keeping the laws? The answer is probably no. They're busy with their career. They're busy with their job. If you talk about keeping the law of the Most High, they think you're crazy. That is as a result of the system we have. This current system in the world will turn your children away from the Most High. Do you understand that? This system will turn your children away from the Most High. It's turning them away from the Most High. They focus on rubbish things that doesn't matter. They are not able to achieve whatever thing that they are trying to achieve. At the end of the day, they are still followers. They are still slaves. So for any man who will like to be a master, and you need counsel, advice, you would like to practice this, I wouldn't mind talking to you and helping you and giving you advice, giving you counsels. There should be a system. We don't have to. You don't have to travel. You don't have to travel and go to school somewhere because we have the internet now. A lot of things can be done over the internet where you can learn certain things. And I would try and make myself try and put something together, some kind of a training, a limited training that somebody can get. That's for the adults who are in a position to practice this. You can gather these young men, 5, 6, 7 of them, who have single mothers, and their mother are willing to give them to you to raise them. You can gather them together. That's 5 people. That's 5, 6, 7 people. That's manpower. That is manpower that you have. In that system, you are now able to, if you're starting a business or whatever, you can use them for that business. Let them work for you. They're working for you. You're building that wealth. And while they are working for you, you're training them the scriptures. You're training them in the way of the Most High. You're arranging to get them a wife. You're doing all this stuff, and when they finally, when it's time for them to go, you can put a package together, put something together, and reward them with. If you are into agriculture, or you are into farming or agriculture, you are into raising goats or cows or whatever you do, you can help them out by giving them, some portion so they can use to start their own. If you are into technology, into whatever you do, you are into whatever you do, you find a way to reward them so they can start their own and still be there as a support system, as a father figure for them. This is a means of helping our children to stand on their own. This is a system that the Most High gave us. It's been on my mind to build an actual building, because once I open myself up to this, there will be probably many children. So I want to make sure I have a place for them to stay. And it be an academy. It be a place that people can send their children from all over the world, from different places, and send their children, where they come and stay. They can take a break, take a 1 week or 2 weeks break and go home, and then come back, as you see with David and Saul in 1 Samuel chapter 20. When David told Jonathan to tell Saul that he went to go and do a sacrifice or something. And then we see in 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 18 and 19. 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 18 and 19. We see that every year, Hannah gets to see her son once a year. She only sees him once a year when she goes for the feast, because she has to go to the feast where Eli was the temple, at the sanctuary, where Eli was the priest. She gave her son to Eli, the priest, to raise her son for her. And whenever she's going there, as we see in 1 Samuel chapter 2, 18 and 19, when she goes there, she will prepare a robe, a small robe for her son. She gets to see him once a year. So this is something that is highly needed. And these young people, they are the same people who will now 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, they are the ones who will now go on to teach these things. These young people are the ones that will restore the law of the Most High. They are the ones who will restore these things to um, back to the world. They are the ones that will restore these things, because once you teach them these things, once you teach them this, they are more likely to go on and because remember that these are young people. They don't know much. They haven't been polluted. If you know, if possible, they should not even go into school at all. Don't even send your child to school. Do exactly what Hannah did. Do exactly what Hannah did. What did she do? She nursed her son Samuel. When Samuel got to a certain age, she now sent him to Eli, and Eli began to train him. Eli began to train him. So these young people are more likely to be sharp. They are more likely to, to teach the law of the Most High and teach it far more better. They will be many, 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 many times better than us, who were raised in the Western system and grew up in the Western system. Because we're raised and grew up in the Western system, we still have Western ideology in our head. And it does hold us back in certain things. It makes us be ashamed of the law of the Most High. Sometimes we are ashamed of the law of the Most High because of the system that we grew up in. These young boys, these young people, depending on how old they were, when you send them into this system, they don't know anything. They don't know much about the European system. They do not know much about the European system. That, like my relative was telling me on the phone. They told me that they just got a maid. They said they just got a maid. And they were telling me that this maid that they got have never been to school. She's 14 years old and had never stepped her foot in a school. In my mind, I'm thinking it's a good thing. But I know that my relative is going to take her and go put her in school. And as soon as she puts her in school, the next thing that will happen, she's going to lose her virginity in that school. For some of you, it's not a big deal. You might think it's, oh, okay, why is that a problem? Yeah, it's a problem because whoever takes her virginity becomes her husband. And she's going to give her virginity to a man who is not even her husband. In the sight of the Most High, that is a sin. That's sin in the sight of the Most High. Do you understand that? That is sin in the sight of the Most High. Now, let me show you this. Why young people should be put into this system as young as possible. This is a congregation that I went to teach them about the Sabbath. I was shocked by this young man, 12 years old. 12 years old. That is his father right here. So I came to this congregation and I showed them about the Sabbath. I taught them about the Sabbath being by the moon. Sabbath is by the moon. And after that, some of them accepted it, some of them did not. Or some of them accepted it, but they say that they're not ready to do it right now. They say they are not ready to start keeping it by the moon right now. Including his father was one of those people. This boy's father was one of those who said that, yes, they agree but we shouldn't do it right now. They're not ready to switch from Saturday to using the moon. To my surprise, the next time I came back to this congregation, I was sitting back here in the back. I was shocked to see this young boy holding this thing that I gave them. I did not give this to the kids. This one belonged to this woman right here. The copy he has was the one that I gave to this woman. This is the physics of the moon. I print this stuff and I laminate it. I make a lamination to protect it from water damage. So I put a lamination so that this can last. So I print this. I go to the printing store and I pay them and print this and laminate this. Then I go to congregation, I give it to them. So I gave one to this woman and I gave to these people. So I was shocked while I was sitting back here. I think somebody was speaking. Looks like somebody was speaking. When I looked up and this boy was explaining the lunar calendar to these kids, to other kids. There's about maybe 3 or 4 kids sitting on this side, and he was explaining it to them. He was so passionate while he was explaining it to them. He was so passionate. You see how quick he understood this. He now had to take the one that this woman had. He took it to explain to these kids. And not only did he do this, he also drew it with a pencil. That was the one that almost I found it fascinating that he also drew this on a paper. So when I saw him do this, I gave him a copy like this. I don't normally give it to kids, but I gave him one. And I told the pastor of this church that he needs to mobilize these boys, mobilize them, and have them, come like every Sabbath or something to start teaching these boys, because these are the future. I'm going to die very soon. I'm not going to live long. Like I'm already here. When my time comes, I'm going to be dead. It's these young people that will continue to do this. How can they do it if you don't teach them? How can they do this if you don't teach them? In order for them to do it, you have to teach them. So these young people are very sharp. They are very sharp, and they are more likely to understand this much faster compared to the adults. They are more likely to understand it much, much, much faster compared to adults. Now, let me show you another picture. Because I did not give this calendar to kids, I gave it to adults. They took the one I gave to adults and they drew it on a paper. They drew what they saw in the calendar on a paper. This is the phases of the moon. As you can see, moon calendar. These young people were so passionate about the lunar calendar that I couldn't believe as I was seeing this. I was sitting in the back, and these young people, young boys, drew this thing on a calendar. What will make these kids to be interested in something like this? You wouldn't expect young people to be interested in some man that come to their congregation to tell them that Saturday is not the Sabbath and that the Sabbath is by the moon. What made them to be, and their parents was not interested. His father was not interested. While he was speaking, his father was telling him to stop. Stop, you're making noise, stop. He ignored his father right in my face. He didn't even, his father was telling him to stop because somebody was speaking in the church. he continued to teach these young people, his fellow young people. He continued to teach them. And this is what they had drawn. This is, I didn't give this to young people. I did not give it to them. So they took the one I gave to their parents or to adults, and then they drew this so they can have a copy. They wanted to have a copy. See how much they are interested in the things of the Most High. The older they are, the older they get, the more they go to school, the more they start having sex, the more they start smoking weed, the more they get a job, the more they have to pay rent and pay for their car and pay for this, the less that they will become in the things of the Most High. The younger they are, the more likely they are to become in the things of the Most High. The more likely they are to grow up the right way. And these will be the lions of Israel of tomorrow. These will be the lions of Judah of tomorrow, because their minds are not polluted. Their minds are clean. When you take a young boy like this, 12 years old, I asked him, how old are you? He said 12 years old. I gave him this because I was so fascinated in the interest that he had in the things of the Most High. Nobody told them to do this. They did this because they couldn't get the real thing. They couldn't get the real copy. And they took the real copy and they drew it on a paper so they can have it. Nobody told them to do this. Their father was against this. His father was against this. His father right here was against what he's doing. His father was against this calendar, the lunar calendar, but who told him to be for this? Why was he so passionate about this, even though his father is against it? And the reason why I told the pastor in this church, after seeing what I saw here, the reason why I told the pastor, you need to mobilize these young people. Mobilize them. Tell the parents that you're starting an academy so that these kids can come here once a week and you can teach them these things. That's a way to get a young righteous man like this away from the wicked father who doesn't want him to be. This is like Abraham. Abraham loved the things of the Most High, but his father was not interested. A young man like this, still innocent, not polluted in mind or in the body. You take them and you raise them the right way. You get them a wife at this age. So in that way, no boyfriend, no girlfriend, none of that rubbish. That young man will be clean vessel. This is the kind of people that the Most High would deal with and communicate with, because they are clean in their mind, they are clean in their body, they've never been polluted by a woman, never been polluted by a woman, never been defiled. Never committed adultery. That's why I keep telling you about giving them a wife, to prevent that. Saul was the one that gave his daughter to David. Saul did that. He gave his daughter to David. This is a beautiful system that the Most High created. We took it and we put it aside. We decided that Europeans are the ones who should follow. We decided to follow the seed of Satan. Degenerate. We put our beautiful culture aside. Why should the Most High not abandon us? Why shouldn't he abandon us when we abandon his beautiful way that he gave us? I only taught this here, and this boy picked it up and started teaching it. Yah's willing, I would love to set up the system I'm talking about, an academy, to bring all these people, get his father, because these people, these men they don't want to be paying school fees. If you know Africa, these parents don't want to pay school fees. So if you tell them there's a free school, a free academy for their sons, and their sons will go there and learn skills and learn a trade and stuff like that, they will send their children in a heartbeat. They have to send their children to school anyway and still pay school fees. So if you tell them there's a system where their children, you don't have to pay school fees, they'll be more than happy to do it. This man didn't want to practice this calendar. He understood it. I explained it. He didn't want to do it, but his son wants to do it. So if I can have a way to get his son away from him, I will do it and raise him properly. Or else he will keep sending him to school. He's going to go over there. Eventually, he will start smoking weed. He will start having sex with all these girls in school. He will have a messed up life. Why do you think these demons, the Europeans, wants to get your children as young as possible? Such a sad situation that, we don't have a system like this. We should have it. And it should be worldwide. Every man, everywhere, every Hebrew man, you should begin to prepare your mind to be a master. You should begin to prepare your mind to be a master. Why do you think Paul, the apostle, kept telling servant, obey your master? Ephesians chapter 6, servant, obey your master like you're obeying Christ. This is the will of God. Colossians chapter 3, servant, obey your master like you're obeying Christ. This is the will of God. Titus chapter 2, servant, obey your master. Why is Paul saying this over and over and over? Why? Because this is our education system that will take a young boy who had nothing, has nothing, knows nothing, will turn him into a God-fearing, righteous man. Not only a man, but a husband. Not only a husband, but a father. By the time he leaves from his master. Or if he chooses that he wants to stay forever with his master, he can choose to do that too. This is a beautiful system that the Most High gave us. Every man everywhere should be thinking of how to do this. First of all, you have to be a lawkeeper. You have to be keeping the laws of the Most High. And take these young men. Never take servant and not be ready to give them wives. If you're not going to give them wives, don't do it. If you're going to bring these young men together, you must be ready to give them a wife. How do you do that? Word of mouth. Start talking to other lawkeepers, other righteous people. Start talking to them. These young men who are coming, they all have sisters. They begin to marry within each other. This one over here has sisters. This one over here has sisters. So in that way, they start betrothing to each other. And that will keep them bound up. That will keep them as brothers. This one is married to this one's sister. This one is married to this one's sister. It's perfectly fine for you to use them for your business, for them to work for you. Whatever business you do, whatever company you run, it's for them good. It's perfectly fine for them to work for you and generate income for you as the master. The Bible tells them to serve you while you're doing all this stuff for them, providing them a place to stay, helping them to build their own house, giving them a wife. When they are done, when it's time for them to go, after 7 years, if they want to stay, they can stay after 7 years. When you get to 7 years, it's time for them to go. You settle them, you take care of them, give them a portion, and they will be on their way. If they want to stay more, they can stay more. This is the system that the Most High put in place. Somebody told me long time ago, a brother told me, I was speaking. This was maybe like about 6 years ago. 6 or 7 years ago. I was speaking and I was speaking and speaking, and the brother was listening. He listened and I was talking about Hebrew culture, talking about all these things. He listened and he listened and he listened, and then he said to me, he said that the problem is that we don't know our culture anymore. Our culture is lost. It's lost. We don't know it anymore. I said, no, your culture is not lost. Your culture is in the pages of the Bible, right here. The law of the Most High is your culture. Those who are telling you that the law of the Most High is done away with, they are your enemies. Europeans are your enemies. That is part of the reason why I hate them. And you have to hate them too. Like David said in Psalm 139, I hate them that hate you. The laws of the Most High is your culture. If you abandon your culture, you have to follow somebody else's culture. And someone else's culture is not designed for you. Their culture is their culture. Your culture is your culture. Everyone else is supposed to abandon their culture and follow your culture. Do you understand? Everyone else is supposed to abandon their own culture and follow your own culture. Everyone else is supposed to follow your culture. Let me give you an example. Ephesians chapter 6. Everyone else is supposed to follow your culture and not, like the Most High said. Why am I even starting in Ephesians? The Most High said that He chose Israel above all nations, and they are supposed to follow us. Numbers chapter 15, verse 15 and 16. That is a lot more powerful than what Paul said in Ephesians. The Most High said that the same law He gave to us applied to other nations. So the same culture He gave to us applied to other nations. The same law and the commandment that He gave to us apply to other nations too. Forever. So the other nations were supposed to abandon their system and follow our system. The other nations are supposed to abandon their system and follow our system. That's just the way the Most High designed it. That is why it says in Jeremiah chapter 13, verse 2, or Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 2, Jeremiah 10, 2, learn not the ways of the heathen. Do not learn the ways of the heathen, because the heathens are foolish. They don't know the Most High. They don't understand the way of the Most High. And when we walk after them, we will be deceived. We will have a very difficult life, just like we do today. This is what Paul told people in Ephesus, from verse 17. This I say, therefore, and testify in Yeshua, that you should no longer walk as the rest of the Gentiles walk, in the futility of their mind, having their understanding darkened, being alienated from the life of Elohim because of ignorance that is in them, because of the blindness of their heart, who being past feeling have given themselves over to lewdness, to walk all uncleanness with greediness. But you have not so learned Christ, if indeed you have heard him and have been taught by him, as truth is in Yeshua, that you put off concerning former conduct the old man which grows corrupt according to the deceitful lust, and be renewed in the spirit of your mind, and that you put on a new man which was created according to Elohim in true righteousness and holiness. What is righteousness? The law. Keeping the law is what sets you apart. You become holy by keeping the law. That's Ephesians chapter 4 from verse 17. Ephesians 4 from verse 17. He's telling the Gentiles, don't walk like other Gentiles. Don't walk like the Gentiles. Don't walk like your people. It's time for you to start living a righteous life and a holy life. You can only do that by following the law. That can only be done by following the law. Now, I'm going to show you this and I'll go ahead and close. Same thing also applies to women. In a way, the law that regulates the one that applies to women is a little bit different. Usually when a woman can be given to go and serve, to be a servant. Like as I said, I have a relative that just got a servant. And they told me that over the phone, oh, we just got a servant. And she's never been to school. She's 14 years old. But I know very well that this my relative is going to go ahead and put her in school, which is a bad idea. And as soon as she's put her in school, that girl will become a whore. That girl will become a prostitute. That girl will lose her virginity and become a prostitute, guaranteed. Because this school system is a whole house. I don't care whether you are in Jamaica, whether you are in Saudi Arabia, the school system is the whole house. It corrupts the children. So she just got a maid. This my relative just got a maid. And you can give your daughter as a maid. Somebody has given me a maid in the past. Something like that. Later on, like the Most High said, I send the person back. I send them back to the parents. Just like they came, I send them back. I couldn't send them back. They came as a virgin and they left as a virgin. Once you take their virginity, they are now your wife. Or once your son takes her virginity, she is now your daughter-in-law. This parent, on understanding the law, knowing what the Most High said here, they like as I told you, there are people in different parts of the world who don't mind following this law. But this has to be done, whether you're sending your son or you're sending your daughter, you have to deal with a righteous man. Just like when what's her name? Ruth or Naomi was sending Ruth to Boaz. If you read the book of Ruth, only 4 chapters. When you read the book of Ruth, when Naomi was sending her daughter-in-law Ruth to go, when she wanted to give Ruth to Boaz, she wanted Ruth to be the wife of Boaz, or for Boaz to take Ruth. When Ruth finally got to Boaz and got to the place that Boaz was sleeping, like her mother-in-law told her, when she climbed in and lay down on his feet, Her mother-in-law told her, go and make sure that nobody sees you. Sneak into the place that he's sleeping and lay down by his feet. When he wakes up, whatever he asks you to do, do it. Whatever he asks you to do, you do it. So Ruth went and lay down by the feet of Boaz. When Boaz woke up and saw Ruth, he told her to take off her veil. She took off her veil. He added some food and told her to go back to her mother-in-law. And he thanked her for agreeing to be his wife, even though she was very young and he was an old man. He was much, much older. He thanked her and said, thank you for, for considering me, even though there's all these young men in the village. There are all these young men that could have been your husband, but you considered me. Thank you. I'm talking about the book of Ruth. So he was able to send her on her way. If he was not a righteous man, Boaz would have had sex with her that night. But Boaz wanted to do things the right way. Naomi's intention was, she was hoping that Boaz will wake up and see Ruth and will lay with her that night. But because Boaz was a righteous man, he did not do it. But rather he asked her to take off her veil. He put some food, gave them some food that looks like a barley or something, and told her to take it and go back to her mother-in-law. Then after that, Boaz went and did things properly. He went to the elders and consulted and did things properly. And then he married Ruth properly. These are the kind of things that are all written down and put there. That's why you have the scripture. That's why it says that all scriptures are given by the inspiration of Yahweh. For what? For our learning. For our learning, for us to be able to learn. So I've had a family that gave me, I've had families that wants me to raise their son. I've also have family that gave me a maid, a female maid, a virgin. She came, and after she served, she left, went back. Just like she came, the same way she left. And went back to her family. As a maiden, as a virgin. If I had taken her virginity and then sent her back, her family would probably be trying to kill me. That would probably be a problem. But I cannot do that because I know that whatever we do, the Most High is watching. Like Paul said, the Most High is my master. So I can be her master. I can be the master of the boys. I can be your master, but the Most High is my master. If I oppress you, the Most High will oppress me. Or the Most High will punish me. That's why Paul warned the masters to be careful. Yes, you are the master, but remember that you also have a master in heaven. So we need masters who are righteous, because they will protect these children, boys and girls. Make sure everything is done righteously. Just like he said in that law, right here, not that law, it's right here. It says you either marry her or you let her go. Once you take her virginity, she becomes your wife. So she's supposed to serve you. You either, as we see with First Kings, with David, she's there to serve you. She's there to serve you but you can either take her as your wife, or because she's still a virgin, so you either take her as your wife, or you can give her to your son or to your brother, or you let her go. Once you take her virginity, you can no longer let her go for the rest of your life. She's now your wife. If you give her to your son, if you give her to your son and your son takes her virginity, she's now your son's wife, and you are to treat her like a daughter. He shall deal with her according to the customs of daughters. You can no longer let her go. But if you don't marry her or give her to your relative, then you should take her back. Let her go, so somebody else can marry her with her body still intact, with her virginity still intact. So it's not just for the men, it's for the women too. Who else has this culture? Only the Hebrews. The Arabs practice it. We say, oh, this is pedophile, this is bad, this is evil, this is woman abuse, woman right. Oh, she's oppressed, she's being forced to do it. And then they get us to buy into their lies, and then their lie become our lies. Their lies becomes our lives. My brothers and sisters, it's time for us to go back home to our culture. It's right there in your Bible. Like the Bible says, the scripture says that the word of the Most High is not in heaven, to the point that we are going to look for somebody to go to heaven and get it for us. It's not inside the sea, to the point that we should be looking for people to go down the sea and go get it for us. The law of the Most High is there, right there in that book. You just have to practice it. We don't have a choice. You either practice it or you practice the European system. We know the European system. That's the one that is being practiced worldwide. That's the one that is being practiced right now worldwide. So as you hear my voice, some of you are hearing my voice in different parts of the world. It doesn't matter where you are. The school system in your country is a Western school system. The school system in your country is a Western school system. That's just the truth. That is the truth. The school system in your country is when I say country, I mean wherever you are. The school system wherever you are is a Western school system. And I encourage you, I applaud you, I encourage you to get your children out. Remove your children, your sons and your daughter from that school system. The modern school system will make your sons poor. Poor. The modern school system will make your sons poor. Remove them from there. I am working hard to make sure that you have an option. As people will say, it is easier said than done. Are you going to put your money where your mouth is? And what I'm doing is yes. The day after the Sabbath, I teach these young kids. on the online school that we have. I have an online school where I'm teaching these young people. It's all done online, so it doesn't matter where you are. You can register your children. But I'm not even satisfied with that. What I would like to do is that I would like to have a physical academy. The reason why I want to make it academy, so in that way, I want to be able to have a system where I can have welders come to that school and teach welding. I can have graphic designers come to that school and teach graphic design. We will have computers, we'll have welding equipment, we'll have all these things, and then we will have professionals, people who are doing this on a daily basis. They will come once a week and teach these young men so that we find out where this boy, what they are good at. They will learn that. There will be various and different types of skills available for them, including in technology also. Those that want to go into farming, fine. Raising animal, fine. Graphic design, website design, video editing, all this stuff, they will all have the option to be able to learn this thing. But above all, number one of all of these things is the law of the Most High. Are we going to be able to keep all kids? No. Eventually, as time goes on, the ones who are going to be kicked out are going to be kicked out because it's going to be a righteous environment. The whole purpose of bringing them out of that school system is because they have to keep the law, so they can keep the law, so they can be raised properly. It's not just to train them to become successful, but they have to be successful spiritually also. They have to be able to grow up in the knowledge of the Most High. To grow up in the knowledge of the Most High. To be experts in the things of the Most High. And be able to teach the law of the Most High. That's the whole point of doing this. They can live a life of holiness, not defiled at all, and be able to serve the Most High properly and not have to get permission from somebody before they can grow their beard or whether they should grow their beard. They wouldn't have to take a permission from somebody before they can keep the Sabbath. They will be raised properly, the right way. And that will remove the burden from you. You can just be a supervisor on the side and just supervise and make sure that everything is going well. You just get phone calls. They come back once in a while and visit you and spend time with you and then go back to their master. They have a master. You just be there as a support and a supervisor to supervise them, make sure they're doing the right thing. Then you get the occasional phone calls whenever there's a progress, whether they're getting their own house, whether they've completed learning their skill, whether they're getting their own wife or their wife became pregnant or they're having a child. You get the occasional phone calls and reports. That will remove the burden away from you of raising those children yourself. That's the system that the Most High put in place. We should go back to it. We should remove these kids from the school system in the world. Remove them from there and let them follow the system of the Most High, follow Yah's system. And I pray that as time goes on, there will be more and more and more and more men who will get up to become a masters. We need men to become masters. We don't have masters anymore. Most men don't even know this. And if you mention it, they will get scared because they don't want to be called a master. No, the Most High is the one that makes men masters. When you take on this role to become a master, the Most High makes you a master. You see throughout the scriptures, Abraham had servant. David had servant. We read about them. Where do you want to start? Where do you want to? Even Jacob was once a servant. Jacob was a servant. Eventually, Jacob became a master. Where do you want to begin? What man do you want to name that doesn't have a servant? This is your ancestor. But your enemies have successfully brainwashing you into thinking that this is a bad thing. Oh no, we're not supposed to have a master. We're all, there's no Jew, there's no Gentile, there's no women, there's no female, there's no male, there's none of that. We're all the same now. Meanwhile, they're ruling over you. Meanwhile, you are serving them. Your children are going to school and coming out and serving them. Your children are servant forever. You yourself, you are a servant. Do you own the house that you live in? This will make your children independent. If your son is in the right of the if your son is in the hands of the right man, by the time your son turns 18 years old, he should be ready to own his own house. That should happen. Your son should be able to have his own wife. By the time he turns 18 years old, he should already have his own wife. No question about that. No question. And his own house also. No monthly payment on that house, because that house has to be built. Another servant and your master is going to put his money there and put his resources and everything to help your son to own his own house. This is the system that the Most High put in place. If I keep speaking against the Europeans, some of you don't understand that these people are your enemies. Some of you you are uncomfortable. It makes you uncomfortable when I speak against these devils, because you've been brainwashed. Yeah, go and follow them. Keep following them. Keep following them and living the miserable life you're living. You don't even realize you're living a miserable life. You don't live the way the Most High wants you to live. When you live the way the Most High wants you to live, you will live a happy life. You will live a free life. Free. Free. You will become truly free. Truly free, the way the Most High intended. You will be free the way that He intended. Real freedom in righteousness. In righteousness. Do you understand? In righteousness. Having very good relationship with the Most High. Very good relationship. Not polluted because of all the sex that you were having in school, all the stuff you did in school. So all praises to our Heavenly Father. We're going to go ahead and close. I will give an opportunity for anybody who has a question regarding this. You're more than welcome to open your mic and ask, and then we will go ahead and close. Prepare your children, prepare your son, prepare your daughters. I'm talking about academy for the boys. If I get my way, there will also be one for the girls. Just like you have Mary was in a system where she was staying and she was being trained. Mary, the mother of Christ, trained by who? Trained by the other older women. Other older women who were much more stable. Older women much, much more stable that are training these young people. To my surprise, my mother told me a story as I was sharing these things about the Hebrew culture. She told me a story. She told me how when she was young, she was also she was sent to a particular woman. She lived with a woman that was training her about these things. That's what I was told. And it's true. Most older people knows that that's the way that things used to be until we decided to abandon the way of the Most High and follow after the heathen. And that was the beginning of our downfall. Because the children of the Most High God has now become, following those that they're supposed to be teaching. Can you imagine? The children of the Most High God are now following those that they are supposed to be teaching. And it's been nothing but a disaster for us. Like they say, a word is enough for the wise. Get your kids out of that school system. Get them out. Get them out. This is the last thing I'm going to share with you right now, so you can see why I despise the Europeans. They are your enemies. I cannot wait for the Most High to end the kingdom of these people. They need to go away to hell where they belong. Let me show you something. Look at this. So the same way they are speaking about this, same way they're going to condemn you when you want to do this. This is news, UN, United Nations. Now look at what they are writing. Look at what they're saying. Look at this. This is from their website. Around 23 million boys have married before reaching 15. We can end this violation, says UNICEF chief. My brothers and sisters, young boys, as you can see on the screen, these young boys, less than 15 years old, marrying these girls is a violation, according to UNICEF chief. No wonder Muslims are saying death to America. See, as time goes on, you begin to understand certain things. Because if you keep seeing stuff like this, at some point, you wish nothing but death to these people. What's wrong with boys? What is wrong with boys less than 15 having wives? Why are they doing this? To prevent these boys from sinning. To stop these boys from sinning. And to stop these girls from sinning also. The purpose is to stop these girls from sinning. When is the last time you saw a report or anybody speaking against having a boyfriend and girlfriend? When is the last time you saw that? When is the last time that they are writing something against young people having sex, these teenagers having sex? When is the last time that somebody said that we have to do something about having these people having sex when they're less than 18? When is the last time you saw that? What they do is that when they see a 12 years old boy who has a 11 years old girlfriend, you know what they say? They say it's cute. This is cute. What is wrong with these boys being given these girls? The purpose of doing this is to prevent these girls from losing their virginity. They can go straight ahead and have a husband. And as soon as they get married, the girls mature much faster. So according to these people, according to these animals, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I called them people. According to these animals, because the Bible called them beast, and a beast is an animal. The Bible called them beast. The fourth kingdom is a beast. Daniel 7:23 to 25. According to these animals, this is a violation. these young boys, less than 15, being given young girls is an abomination. And mind you, I just saw this story right now. I just saw this story and I brought it up to show you. So there's already people somewhere who is doing what I'm telling you right now about making sure that these young people have wives. I just saw this story about 5 minutes ago. And I decided to show it to you. The so-called UNICEF chief, the head of UNICEF, knows much better than their parents. This so-called UNICEF chief knows a lot more better than he cares more. He or she. I haven't seen the prostitute or the animal yet. I haven't seen the so-called chief. I don't know if that was a whore or a sodomite who knows much better than the parents of these kids, right? This so-called chief cares more about these people more than the parents who wants their sons to have a wife in less than 15 years old. They care more about these girls, right? So much for their freedom. You are free, but you're not free to decide when your children should get married. Let's see more because I haven't read this. Adolescent in Gujarat municipality of Rohtak district in Nepal perform a skit on child marriage as part of UNFRA UNICEF global program on ending child marriage. An estimated 150 million boys and men around the world were married as children, 23 million of them before the age of 15. So these are men and boys who got a wife. More than 100 million of them were less than 23 years old. That's a good thing. They're too old, actually. They're too old for that. That's a good thing. About 23 million of them were less than 15, according to the first ever analysis on child grooms launched on Friday by the UN Children's Fund, UNICEF. Using data from 82 countries, the in-depth study brings the overall number estimated child marriages to 765 million, UNICEF revealed. Marriage steals, steal like stealing, like stealing, thou shalt not steal. Listen to this, listen to this, listen to this. Marriage steals childhood, said Executive Director Henrietta Fore. Child grooms are forced to take on adult responsibilities for which they may not be ready. Let me read this again. Let me read this again. Child marriage, according to them, marriage, being married, having a wife, marriage steals childhood. Says who? Says Executive Director Henrietta Fore. According to this person, marriage is stealing childhood because you have to have your childhood. It's a sin for you not to have your childhood. You must have your childhood, says Henrietta. May it never be well wherever he is. He or she, I don't care where they are, it shall never be well with them. Enemies of the Most High God, may they never have peace wherever he is. He or she shall never have peace wherever they are. Enemies of Hebrew culture, which is the law of the Most High. Marriage steals childhood. Said Ezekiel, I'm not even going to read about him again. Child grooms are forced. The child grooms are forced to take on adult responsibilities. You know, like being responsible, working hard, and trying to take care of your family, being obedient to your master, and working hard and building your own house, and not partying and not smoking weed, not hanging out and go smoking cigarette and weed and drinking alcohol, partying, going to party and going to clubs. No, we have to pray. We have to, we need to protect you so you can enjoy yourself and party, smoke weed, enjoy your teenage age. The study discovered that child marriage among boys span sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. That's good. It's a very good thing. According to the data, 28% of the males in the Central African Republic were married as children, meaning that they gave them a wife when they were young. That's a good thing. Ranking it first in male child marriage at 19%. Nicaragua was the second, and Madagascar the third at 13%. Look at this. Early marriage brings early fatherhood, and with it added pressure to provide for a family. The Europeans wants to provide you from the pressure of providing for a family. The Europeans love you so much. They care so much about these young boys. They want to protect them. You see, that's why we're doing this, right? That's why the Europeans are doing this. The Europeans care so much about your sons. They care so much about your sons that they want to make sure that your sons are protected from the pressure of being a father. So let's delay your sons from having a wife. Let's delay it as long as possible, so that your son can be protected from the pressure of being a father. So meanwhile, your son can go on to have sex, have girlfriends. Your son can date women and have sex with them, and shack up with them and impregnate some of them, and then they will get an abortion because your son is not ready to be a father. And the Europeans are here to help your son and protect your son from the fatherhood, the pressure of fatherhood. Damn these people. Damn these people and all those that follow them and agree with them. Damn you all. May curse be upon you all. May you never have peace in your miserable life. You are already poor and miserable already. Damn you all. No, they're not doing this because they care about your son. These are demons. These are children of Satan. What they cannot tolerate. Let me tell you what they cannot tolerate. What they cannot tolerate is your son being righteous. Your son being able to say that he never slept with any woman other than his wife. Your son being righteous and pure in his body and his mind. Your son not being an adulterer, a fornicator. That is what they don't like. These are demons. Europeans are demons, messengers of Satan. The idea is to trick and deceive your children into being in a situation where they are vulnerable to commit sin. A boy that has a wife, when he feels like having sex, will go to his wife. They will have sex, and that is fine. It's not a sin in the sight of the Most High. That boy is less likely to go out and have sex with another man, another man's wife. Your son is less likely to go out and have sex with another man's wife or some random girl, because his wife has a vagina that the other women has. So he's not going to be too much carried away by other women's vagina because he has his own. That is what these demons are making sure they're telling you. Oh yeah, pressures of fatherhood, the stress of life and pressure of fatherhood, while they are locking your sons up in the prisons. While these demons are locking your children up in prisons. Woe unto all of you, those of you that buy into these lies. Woe unto you. Woe unto you. Woe unto you. These demons are building more and more prisons. They're hiring more and more police officers, and they cannot wait to get hold of your son and lock him up. Do you know that your son having a wife will make your son to be more responsible? Do you know that? Do you know that your son having a wife will make him more responsible? He is less likely to go to clubs and less likely to get shot in the club by a straight bullet. He is less likely to be living an irresponsible life because he has responsibility. He's less likely to contact sexually transmitted disease because he's only having sex with one woman. I don't even have pity or mercy for those of you fools who buy into these lies. Those of you that buy into these lies, who believe the lies of these devils, they don't care about your son. They don't. They do not care about your sons. No, they don't. Doing something like this will make your son to become more righteous. And that's the problem. But these are children of Satan. So what do? They lie to you. They try to deceive you. If you have a son, you should start. I don't care if he's 7 years old, 8 years old. You better start looking for a wife right now that you betroth to your son. When he gets to a certain age, maybe 11, the Bible doesn't give you an age. Whenever you think that it's time, he needs to know, as he is learning ABCD 1, 2, 3, as you're teaching him the scripture, he needs to also know that he has a wife. You need to tell him that he has a wife waiting for him, betrothed to him. Another young girl, betrothed to your son. Don't think that, oh, he doesn't have any income. My son don't have an income. These young men you see here, do they have an income? They're less than 15 years old. They have parents. Do they have an income? Because we always make excuses. Oh yeah, we're in captivity. Jesus died on the cross. We are under grace. My son don't have an income. Do they have an income? But these are their wives. These boys you see over here, these are their wives. Right? Isaac, how many money did Isaac have? Isaac took Rebekah into his mother's tent. Isaac took Rebekah into his mother's tent. Early marriage. Early marriage brings early fatherhood. And with it added pressure to provide for a family. Cutting short education and job opportunities, the UNICEF chief elaborated. So when your son becomes a father at an early age, it's going to cut short your son's education and job opportunity. Get education to be a slave. This right here is indoctrination. Let me interpret it. So education means indoctrination. Their indoctrination, them indoctrinating your son with the education system. Job opportunity means your son being a slave. Is this biblical education? Is he talking about biblical education? No. Is he talking about working for himself? Job? No. Your son don't need a job. Your son don't need no job. No. Your son is going to be under a master that will train your son. And after training your son will stand on his own after 7 years. Your son will stand on his feet. Their system, I'm so glad that I saw this article. I'm so glad I saw this because this makes my point. They are trying to prevent your son from being a father at an early stage because your son becoming a father will as they say, will cut short the time of your son supposed to use to get education. Their education, not your education, not biblical education, not biblical education. So they are trying to prevent your son from being a father so that your son can get their education and then become an employee. Job opportunities, meaning employee. The system that the Most High put in place is that your son will serve somebody for 7 years and your son will be learning everything, learning the scripture, learning how to be a man, learning everything under that master or under his father. And after that, your son will start his own business. Your son will be his own boss, not an employee. Notwithstanding the new information, girls remain disproportionately affected. Notwithstanding the information about the boys, the men, girls remain disproportionately affected, with 1 in 5 young women between the age of 20 and 24 married before their 18th birthday, compared to 1 in 30 young men. The one for the girls is good too. The one for the girls is good. It's good that they get married at a young age. Very, very good. While the prevalence causes an impact of child marriage among girls have been extensively studied, little research exists on child marriage among boys. It is clear, though, that children most at risk come from poorest household, live predominantly in rural areas, and have little to no education. As we mark 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, we need to remember that marrying boys and girls off while they are still children runs counter to the rights enshrined in the convention, reminded Miss 4. Oh, she's a prostitute. Oh, I see. It's not a man. This is a whore. Miss 4. So Henrietta 4 is a prostitute, a whore. I thought it was a man. Okay. So according to this prostitute over here, the chief of the UN Human Rights, they are reminding us that as we mark the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Convention on the Rights of Children, we need to remember that marrying boys and girls off while they are still children runs counter to the rights enshrined. Enshrined by who? I bet you that this prostitute, Henrietta 4, is a miss. So she doesn't have a husband. It's a miss. It's not Mrs. It's Miss. MS, Miss. I guarantee you that she lost her virginity when she was like 12 years old or 13 years old. I guarantee you that she cannot tell you, she doesn't know anything about the man that took her virginity, because most likely she lost her virginity at the toilet in her school. She wants to remind us about some convention, something that was written 30 years ago. So we should stop marrying, getting wives for our sons who are less than 15 years old, or getting husband for our daughters who are less than 18 years old. Because if we do, we will go against something that they wrote in their convention 30 years ago. Okay, let me go back to the law. These animals don't care about you or your family or your children. They want to turn your sons and your daughters into nothing but prostitutes. They want to turn your sons and your daughters into nothing but prostitutes, into a bunch of whores. That's what they want to do. That's their intention. There's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing wrong with young men. Every single one of these young men, see these young men? See these young men? They all know about sex and they all get horny. They desire sex. When they talk amongst themselves, they are laughing, they are giggling and laughing. If you leave them alone, eventually they will start masturbating. Eventually they will start having sex with the girls in the villages. In their villages, they'll start having sex with them. Same thing with the young girls. That is why these wise parents, these are wise parents. Wise. Their parents are wise. What do? They did not want their children to become corrupt. They decided to give their daughters to these boys. It will make the boys to be more responsible. They're not going to be going out to the club on Friday night and dancing and looking for a girl that they should take home because they have a wife in the house and she's probably pregnant. So he's more likely to work hard. This is the system that was put in place. There's nothing wrong with this. But you see how they are speaking against it. And what some of you may not understand, somebody please mute your mic, please. Please don't do this. What some of you may not understand is that these people are this is a war. It's a war against you. This is war. It's a war when they write stuff like this. When they try to stop boys from having a wife because they're less than 15 years old. When they try to stop girls from having a husband because they're less than 18 years old. This is a war on the righteous. The unrighteous are waging wars, but they're waging psychological war. This is a propaganda, a war on a system that was designed by the Most High to keep your children righteous. On a system that was put in place by the Most High to keep your children, your sons and your daughters pure and righteous, these animals are waging war on that system. That is why I shout. That is why I scream. That is why I hate them. That is why I despise them. That is why I can't wait for the Most High to put these animals in hellfire, along with those of you who are foolish and following them. Their system pollutes our children, pollutes them spiritually, pollutes them religiously, pollutes them educationally, pollutes them spiritually, sexually, pollutes the boys and the girls. Here you have parents that come together and decided to have their children marry each other so that they don't commit sexual sin. These animals are writing about against it. They're trying to stop it. Take your children out of that school system. Remove your children from that school system. Remove them. Find a righteous man to help you raise your son. Even if you are a father and you think you can do it, let another man help you. Let another man be your son's master. Don't hide anything on this. Don't be ashamed to say that you are a master to children or to people. You are their master. The Most High made you that master. That is why Paul the Apostle told you. Did you know that Paul says stuff like this? Did you know that Paul was saying the things I showed you today in Ephesians and Colossians? Ephesians chapter 6, Colossians chapter 3, Titus chapter 2, or Titus chapter 2. Did you know that Paul was saying all this stuff? Telling servants to obey their master. That is the will of the Most High. It's the will of the Most High for you to obey your master. Be obedient and serve your master well. And your master will take care of you and you will go your way. You will benefit. The more you obey your master, the more you humble to your master, the more you serve your master, the more your master will bless you, the more your master will do more for you. The more you do for your master, the more he will do for you. That's the system that the Most High put in place. Remove your children from this school system. Whether you're in Jamaica, Belize, Trinidad, America, Africa, Europe, Asia, it doesn't matter where you are. Get these children out of that school system. Remove them wherever they are. Remove them there. If you don't know what to do, register them in the online school. I don't charge any money. I have children that I teach every week, the day after the Sabbath, teaching them online for now. I would like to make it physical, a physical school. Right now, we're doing it online. I don't charge a dime. I don't charge kobo. I don't charge nothing. I give my time. I spend about 1 hour with them once a week, teaching them. Nobody pays anything. No payment, no school fees. So I'm not trying to, this is not, there's no payment, nothing. And I will leave it like that. If I can, if possible, I will just leave it like this is a spiritual thing. It's a spiritual thing. I was having a conversation with somebody, and they told me, maybe you should make it that people will pay. Those who are coming, like foreigners, people coming from a different country, can pay for the school and do this and do that. See, this is a little bit different. I am their master. I'm the master of these people. This is not like your regular school system. I'm their master. They're coming to serve me, but at the same time, I'm training them. I'm turning them from a boy into a man, to make them a man, make them a father, make them a husband. So they come to me as a young man and they live as a father, a husband to a wife, and a father to children, and take their house with them. Get these kids out of the school system wherever you are. Remove them from that place. The school system we have in the world today is the Western school system. That's a fact. So does anybody have any question here? You've seen the law. We've gone through the law. I myself, I'm a little bit, I couldn't believe, like, I wasn't prepared to go through all this. And I am fascinated and thankful to the Most High, because me, myself, I learned from what we saw and what the Most High showed us today. This is Yah's system. This is the system of the Most High. This is uncomparable to the system we have today in the world. There are so many people that have gone to school in Africa. They come out, they have no work. They still have to go and learn a skill after going to school. Does anybody have any question? Any question or comment before we close? All right. So if you watch this online, if you're watching this online and you have any question, you are more than welcome to give me a call. You're more than welcome to call. If you have any question regarding this, if you need advice on how to go about this, how to get your children out, you need any advice, you are more than welcome to give me a call. If you want to register your children on the school, the one that we have, if you want to register your children on the one that we have online, the online school, you can register your son, your son and your daughter. For everybody, it's not just for boys. The online school that we have right now, like as I said, you don't have to pay anything. You just have to go buy them the books that they need to study. And we're educating them according to the scripture. And from the scriptures, they will learn how to read and write. You know, I try to teach them graphic design, how to edit movies, how to make a movie, you know, stuff like that. These are the kind of things that, you know, I want them to learn. So for those who are interested and you want to pull your children out of the school system and you want to enroll them, you can do that. And if you, for the online school, is free. If we have a physical school, it will probably be, you know, depending on how we have that physical school, depending on how we have it, maybe people that come from a foreign land might pay in order to support those who are local, who will not pay, you know. So I don't know, but right now we don't have to wait. Whatever you do, remove your children from the school system where you are, and register them online. Give me a call if you have any question or comment, and I'll be more than happy to answer your question. I give the Most High all the glory and all the honor. We have Yah's system, as we see in Exodus. We have the system of the Most High, and then we have the Gentile system that we're following today in the world. Remove your children from the Gentile system. The Most High told us not to follow their way. Jeremiah 10:2. Do not learn the ways of the Gentiles. We're not supposed to follow their way. That also includes their school system. That includes their religion, Christianity. That includes their way of life, their way of eating, their way of dressing. We're not supposed to follow the ways of the Gentiles. We are only supposed to follow the way of the Most High. So I give the Most High all the glory and all the honor. I thank you for opening our eyes and teaching us these things. If you do have any question, you're more than welcome to feel free to call. And all praises to our Heavenly Father.
Thank you for your interest in this video. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us through WhatsApp. You can call us or send us a message. You can also email us at lawstogod@gmail.com. Check out our website at www.lawstogodskingdom.com. Download our mobile app from the Android store. Search for Laws to God app. You can also find us on Facebook. Just search for Laws to God. Don't forget, you can also use Skype to call us. Just download Skype on your phone and search for Laws to God. If you are in South Africa and you need a congregation to worship with, give us a call. for more information that we don't have here on YouTube. Please download our app and check out our website, www.losttogodskingdom.com. Help us spread this truth by sharing this video on your social media.